Здравейте, аз съм Ирина Атанасова и днес заедно ще направим една загрявка преди да започнат интересните ви лекции от Bulgarian Digital Week. Надявам се да ви хареса и да се раздвижим добре заедно. Да започваме! Заставаме в позиция с разтворени крачета, най-много на широчината на раменцата, изправяме тялото, прибираме седалището и бутаме таз напред. Раменцата бутаме надолу и започваме. Вдишваме, главичка нагоре, издишаме надолу. Вдишай, издишай. Вдишваме, издишаме. Вдишваме. Хайде сега с приплъзване брадичката надолу към гърдите и напред. Нагоре. Добре, вдишваме, горе, издишаме надолу, приплъзваме. Вдишваме, издишаме. Вдишай, издишай. Задържаме долу, изправяме гърба и с ръцете помагаме да натискаме главичката надолу. Трябва да почувствате опъване по гръбначния стълб. Задържаме. Дишаме бавно, равномерно. Добре, внимателно отпускаме ръцете долу, изправяме брадичката и започваме да движим дясно-ляво. Поглед надясно, поглед наляво и назад. Вдишваме в среда, издишаме. В среда, сега дясно ухо, към дясно рамо, бутаме рамото надолу, не го вдигаме нагоре, обратно. Редуваме дясно-ляво. Добре, задържаме дясно, помагаме си с ръчичката, придърпваме главата и бутаме ляво рамо надолу. Задържаме. Дишаме бавно и равномерно. Внимателно отпускаме. Смяна. Придърпваме наляво. Дясно рамо бутаме надолу. Задържаме. Не забравяйте да дишате. Внимателно отпускаме. Изправяме главичката и раздвижваме в кръг главата. Много малки кръгчета. Обратно. Добре. В среда започваме да раздвижваме раменцата. Хубаво нагоре, поемаме въздух, отваряме гръдния кош, раменцата хубаво назад. Надолу бутаме и издишаме. Събираме отпред. Вдишваме горе, надолу бутаме силно, стягаме корем и гърди и издишаме. Вдишваме, издишаме. Хайде обратно. Нагоре, напред, долу, назад. Още два пъти. Добре, чудесно. Вдишваме, горе ръцете опъваме, дишаме, протягаме, издишаме, пускаме долу ръцете, бутаме силно надолу, отново. Бутаме раменца, стягаме гърди и корем, силно надолу издишаме. Вдишваме, протягаме максимално нагоре, така че да опънем и коремчето и издишаме надолу. Вдишай. Издишай. Още веднъж. Дишай. Опъваме коремче. Издишай. Хайде пак, вдишваме горе и започваме да протягаме. Лява ръка горе и вдигаме дясна петичка обратно. Вдишай и издишай. Вдишай и издишай. Имаме едно въже и го издърпваме. Имаме въже и го издърпваме надолу. Вдишай и издишай. Поглед нагоре. Вдишай, издишай. Добре. Хайде от тук ръцете вдишваме, издишаме назад. Бутаме. Добре, в среда. Вдишваме, обръщаме длани към нас, свиваме кръчетата, таз напред, прибираме глава, опъваме. Приберете коремчето, извийте. Хайде пак. Вдишваме, заставам настрани, за да ме видите добре. Вдишваме, извиваме кръстчето. Добре. И издишаме напред, свиваме коленца, прибираме главата, издишаме. Хайде пак, вдишай. Издишай. Стягай седалище. Вдишай. Издишай. Чудесно. Горе задържаме ръцете и започваме да придърпваме постепенно. Дясно. Лява ръка надясно. Вдишай. Издишай. Вдишай. Издишай. Вдишай. Издишай. Хайде сега навеждаме отдолу. Минаваме вляво и сменяме. Хващаме дясна ръка наляво. Издишаме. Вдишай. Издишай. Вдишваме. Издишаме. Вдишай. Издишай. И отдолу. Правим въртеливо движение. Минаваме отдясно. Добре, хващаме двете ръце и започваме да въртим отдолу. Ляво. Горе. Хайде пак. Вдишваме. Издишай. Ляво. Дясно. Горе. Чудесно. Още веднъж. Долу. Ляво. Дигаме. Хайде пак започваме от ляво. Долу. Дясно. Горе. Дишваме. Отваряме ръцете. Леко пружиниращи движения назад. Издишаме назад. И прибираме. Дясна ръка придърпваме към нас, като я държим на максимално изпъната и бутаме рамото надолу. Задържаме. Хубаво трябва да разтегнете и към рамо. Добре, хайде правим кръгче отпред. Още един път. Отпускаме. По същия начин правим и с лява ръка, бутаме рамо надолу, придърпваме към нас максимално изпъната и задържаме. Дишаме бавно и равномерно. Трябва да почувствате опъването и към рамото. Добре, хайде отдолу отпускаме. Правим кръг. Още веднъж. Двете ръце горе. Кръстосваме отзад. Отваряме. Дишай. Хайде пак кръстосваме обратно отзад. Чудесно. Издишаме. Дишваме. Кръстосваме пак отзад. Издишаме. Дишваме. Кръстосваме пак отзад. Издишаме. В среда хващаме двете ръце, приплитаме пръстите, изправяме гърба, прибираме седалището, таза леко напред и започваме с издишане да вдигаме нагоре. Дишай и може да бутнете и таз напред. Дишваме. Дишай. Не вдигайте раменцата. И последно. Чудесно. И така сме започнали с таза. Продължаваме. Напред, леко свиваме крачетата. Връщаме седалище назад. Натискаме надолу гърдите. Целият гръб е максимално изправен. Ръцете на кръста. Хайде, сега вдишваме горе и издишаме назад. Поглед напред, не отпускайте глава назад. Вдишваме. Издишаме. Вдишваме нагоре. Дишай. Издишай напред. Вдишваме. Вдишваме и издишаме. Последен път. Вдишваме. Вдишваме. Издишаме. Бавно отпускаме ръцете надолу, докъдето можете да отпускате. Ако можете, се хващате долу за пода. Ако не, отпускате ръцете и започваме да движим таза наляво и надясно. Трябва да почувствате опъването и в задно бедро. Винаги го правим до първа болка, не трябва да има силна болка. Ако усещате такава, можете леко да свиете коленцата. Добре, раздвижваме. Чудесно. Хайде сега да свием коленцата, където можем долу. Клякаме и изпъваме горе. Добре, хайде. Дишваме. Издишаме. Дишаме. Издишаме. Дишаме. Издишаме. Задържаме. Сега приберете пръстите на стъпалцата. Сложете ръцете на коленца и започваме отново да въртим таза дясно, ляво. Трябва да почувствате опъването във външната част на крачетата, отдолу догоре. Добре, чудесно. Раздвижихме. Пуснете ръце. Отворете сега пръстите навън. Отворете крачетата хубаво и леко и внимателно клякаме долу. Коленцата ги разтворете колкото можете и с лактите бутаме навън. Трябва да почувствате опъване на вътрешната страна на бедрата и раздвижваме дясно-ляво. Добре, чудесно. Хайде пак сега. Пръстите отиват напред. Вдигаме горе, бавно, постепенно, прешлен по прешлен се изправяме. Прешлен по прешлен. Главата е последна. Горе протягаме. Дишваме. Издишаме. Сега ще направим едно упражнение за баланс и сме почти готови. Вдишваме, издишаме. Дясна ръка в страни, с лява ръка хващаме. Глезена на ляв крак. Събираме двете коленца, опъваме нагоре хубаво, без да се отпускаме на ставата. Вдишваме и задържаме. Опъваме хубаво предно бедро. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. В контрашпиц слагаме петичката долу, свиваме десен крак. С дясна ръка хващаме ляво краче и дърпаме пръстчетата към нас, за да можем да опънем прасеца. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Внимателно горе се изправиме. Дишваме. Издишаме. Лява ръка остава в страни. Хващаме десен крак. Събираме двете крачета, без да отпускаме на тазобедрената става. Издължваме нагоре, събираме и задържаме. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Пускаме крачето напред в контрашпиц. Свиваме ляв крак, с лява ръка хващаме пръстчетата на десен крак и опъваме, за да можем да почувстваме разтягането в прасеца. 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Хайде горе. Дишваме. Издишаме. Да раздвижим малко и глезените. Първо с въртеливи движения. навън. Хайде навътре. Сменяме. Навън. Десен крак. Хайде навътре. Добре. Чудесно. Започваме да вдигаме петичка горе. Сваляме пръстчета. Сменяме. 5, 6, 7, 8 и последно долу. Вдигаме петичката и започваме да прибираме пръстчета навътре към нас, пръстчета навън, пръстчета навътре, навън. И още веднъж. Достатъчно. Сменяме крака, пръстчета навън, навътре, навън, навътре. Никога не забравяйте тази част на тялото, все пак една от най-подвижните през деня, докато ходим. Хайде долу. Разтърсваме хубаво. Може леко и да подгреете мускулчетата още с леко пружиниране, който поиска. Допълнително, ако имате време и разбира се желаете, можете да помасажирате мускулите, да ги позагреете добре и да сте достатъчно тонизирани. Ами това беше от мен. Надявам се да ви е харесала нашата загрявка. Пожелавам ви приятни лекции. Надявам се, че и съм сигурна, че всичките лектори ще ви харесат и ще ви е страшно интересно. А ако моята тренировка ви е харесала, можете да ме последвате на YouTube канала ми Ирина Атанасова или на сайта ми withirinaatанасова.com. Чао!
Hello, my name is Juan Sotalongo of 722 Consulting, and today I'll be talking to you about automation and robotics in the area of urban fulfillment. Urban fulfillment is a very hot topic in logistics, clearly driven by the increasing growth of e-commerce. We buy everything online nowadays, from groceries to fashion to pharmacies, etc. So companies are having to rethink how operationally they deal with the fulfillment of all these items. There's ongoing pressure to be faster and cheaper, driven by Amazon. So to compete, new solutions have to be put in place. That'll be the main theme of this presentation. I'd like to thank my friend Thomas Anderson of Style Intelligence for helping me put together the various technologies which are currently available in the marketplace. Let's get started. When I mention growth, this is what I'm talking about. While in the last few years, GDP growth across the world has been in the 2 to 3% range, e-commerce is growing at 10% plus, and COVID-19 has actually increased that pace. That's all e-commerce. If we then focus on the grocery market, this is in the US, the largest, which is growing at 29%. And COVID-19 has actually also made this a higher growth rate. Hence, all the attention, investments, and innovation in this space. When we say urban fulfillment, what are we talking about? A very close term is micro-fulfillment. Are they the same? In my opinion, they're very closely aligned. In any case, this video by Pulse Integration gives a good description about micro-fulfillment within the urban environments. Let's take a look.
Consumer behavior is changing. affecting everything retailers do, especially the way they fulfill orders. Which is why micro-fulfillment, or the ability to achieve the fastest, most efficient product delivery, is more important than ever. Sounds scary. It's not. Retailers can now install micro-fulfillment centers, or MFCs, which replace manual order picking inside their stores or off-site locations to automate and expedite online order fulfillment. By reducing costs, redundancy, and complexity, MFCs mean speedier, more efficient fulfillment for customers and a greater value-added competitive edge for retailers, like grocery retailers, who can design new stores or easily reconfigure existing stores to accommodate this new way of working. Department stores that can become non-stop product fulfillment powerhouses for their customers. And pharmacies, convenience stores, and specialty retailers that can install MFCs to supercharge sales and reduce costs. The biggest challenge facing retailers is determining which micro-fulfillment solution works best for them. To answer this question,
I want to start by talking about grocery deliveries and the online processes that currently exist. I live in London, and my local market is Morrison's. And I go there regularly, and I see individuals pushing a cart down the aisles, picking orders for Amazon. And I talk to them, trying to understand the process by which they pick all the orders. And essentially it's manual. They have a pick list on their phone, but the pick list does not help them at all on the route or even the availability of the items. So it's quite inefficient. So this is being addressed by various companies. So I'm going to show you an example of one now.
Two pickers, two approaches to order fulfillment. One grocery order. Who can assemble this order of 10 items faster? A manual picker or Takeoff's automated solution? Takeoff is simplifying e-grocery for our supermarket clients and their shoppers. Takeoff.
I'll grant you that in that video, the manual picker perhaps could have made a bit more efforts, moved a little bit faster, but nevertheless, it proves the point between manual picking and automated picking. Let's take a look at another system by Ocado. Ocado's been in the UK for quite a long time. It was one of the original purely online grocery companies, and they've developed over the years a robotics automated solution that now they're selling around the world in the US, Europe, Japan, etc. So let's take a look. Seen two solutions that focus on the online grocery sector and how automation and robotics is impacting that sector. We're now going to move on and discuss broader e-commerce for all items, where Amazon and Alibaba are the world's leaders. Well, as you just saw, both Amazon and Alibaba use essentially the same solutions. I'm not sure who invented it, but in any case, that's pretty much the state of the art in warehouse fulfillment. We're now going to move on and talk about the last mile. Now that we've picked and packed it, we have to deliver it. So here are some technologies that are impacting the last mile.
Good afternoon. Here's your delivery.
This first system that we saw, which is a robot by Starship, is being used in Milton Keynes, a city in the UK. It's being used by a company called Co-op, a grocery chain, and they use it in Milton Keynes to deliver online orders. Milton Keynes is a planned city, so it's kind of robot friendly. The sidewalks and the streets are very conducive to these sorts of robots. They would also fit well in universities and corporate campuses, but clearly not for the urban hustle and bustle of a New York or London. The system you just saw is by a Chinese company called JD.com. JD.com is a massive e-commerce platform in China, now expanding in other parts of the world. And what we just saw is essentially parcel lockers on wheels. They're larger and more robust, hence they have more suitability for more urban areas. These were actually used in China during the COVID-19 crisis in Wuhan to deliver drugs and other items to hospitals.
Hi everyone, I will demonstrate three processes with HiBox Smart Locker: parcel drop-off, parcel pickup, and return process. First process, drop-off. A courier of the transport supplier has a parcel to deliver to the locker. She comes to the locker with the parcel, log on with her account and password, or by scanning the QR code on the screen, and it clicks at drop off a parcel button on the touch screen. It selects an available cell on the screen and scan the waybill on the parcel. The mobile number of the receiver is automatically displayed on the screen. It clicks at next step and a door opens. She puts in the parcel and closes the door. This is the end of the drop-off.
What you just saw is a pretty standard parcel locker. They've been around for a while. But in China, they've been embraced totally to impact last mile. In China, there's over 350,000 locker stations all over the country. And for example, in Shanghai alone, there's 20,000 of these parcel lockers. The rest of the world has about 30,000 in total. So clearly China's way ahead in using parcel lockers to make for a much more efficient last mile delivery. In my opinion, this is something that the West should embrace, and I'm beginning to see it is being adopted, at least in Europe, on a growing scale. For these innovations in automation and robotics to work, a huge amount of data is required. This data is used to develop algorithms for better forecasting and for planning, that ultimately results in better service and lower cost. And all this started in the 1970s with the humble barcode. Barcodes have been around for close to 50 years. They were developed in the 1970s, and the first logistics company to start using them was Federal Express in their early days. In those days, it cost 25 cents, the equivalent of $1.20 at today's dollars. Many companies, including UPS, refused to use them as they were simply too expensive. As time went on and the cost went down and the customer expectation increased as far as information, they became the single most valuable tool for data gathering. Currently, AI and machine learning are kind of new terms, not fully understood, and they have this pretty costly image to them, complicated and expensive, just like barcodes were in the 1970s. I predict that going forward, we'll get much more closer to AI and machine learning, and it'll become a way of life for all of us. As companies develop their urban fulfillment strategy, the number one consideration they have to take into account is how fast do I want to deliver my groceries or the other e-commerce items. If it's same day or within hours, that drives a very, very urban solution. It means you have to be very close to your customer. So the micro fulfillment automation that you saw would be suitable. If on the other hand, it's next day or 2-day service, then other solutions, other automation solutions are much more suitable. So number one consideration is how fast do I want to deliver the goods to my customer? Well, that concludes my presentation on automation and robotics in the area of urban fulfillment. I hope you found it useful, and if you have any comments, please email me on the email on the screen. Thank you very much.
Iteclo, the missing link for thermal-sensitive logistics. I'm Jos Miermans, co-founder and business partner from Iteclo. We are a Belgian, or should we say Flemish company, working since 5 years on a safe, sustainable and digitized solution for the logistics of temperature-sensitive goods. Thanks a lot to organize this virtual congress and to invite us. Iteclo offers an innovative concept for last-mile logistics of temperature-sensitive goods. An online end-to-end temperature monitoring platform and a reusable, high-performance passive cooling box. We all know that the quality of food is extremely important for our health. You never want to be sad or even feel responsible for sickness, or worse, of one of your customers. You don't want to play with the health of your customers, neither with your reputation. But who is responsible when things turn wrong? Last mile operators are facing these days different challenges. E-commerce is booming. Food is one of the fastest growing segments. We see last mile operators struggling with these fast growing volumes, impacting the quality of their services. And food is still something special. They aren't used to it yet. The solutions and procedures they are applying are often not in line with the regulations about cold chain maintenance. However, sender and logistic player are together responsible until reception by the customer. You only have one chance to deliver. You have to hand it over to a physical person. In other words, there is a need for a well-organized last mile. And as there is a high competition, sometimes called a race to the bottom, both for retailers and logistics, we see the choice for inadequate, at first sight, cheap solutions. On the other hand, customers are more and more interested in the story behind their delivered products, surely behind the delivered food. We see more and more cities taking initiatives to decrease the access to their urban centers for cars and vans, building small logistic hubs on the edge of the city and organized, consolidated, emission-free transportation in the center. Customers appreciate the story of their food. What are the ingredients of my meal? Are there allergens? What's the nutritional score? Where does it come from? Has the cold chain been respected? Iteclo can and will help to complete the story, transporting your food in safe conditions in our Iteclo box, a reusable, recyclable cool box, up to 36 hours cold chain guarantee, and Iteclo Monitor, an online end-to-end monitoring platform with even on-the-spot temperature check. Most of the industry-used temperature monitoring systems are developed for a single step in the chain, the production facilities, the trucks, not an end-to-end solution, surely not on parcel level. Our end-to-end temperature monitoring concept links our BLE sensor via a gateway or a smartphone app to our cloud platform, app-oriented, API connectable, from minus 30 degrees till plus 80 degrees Celsius, from some hours till 40 days, up to parcel level, usable everywhere, anywhere, surely also in the Iteclo box, We will come back on this later in the presentation. Our sensor automatically registers the temperature on fixed time intervals, every 5 minutes as a standard. Send them to our cloud platform via a gateway or an app where they can be consulted. Customers can create their own profiles to determine who can do what and who can access which data. When you use trips with a start and a stop, you can simplify and even automate the reporting and even activate the alert function. This is no science fiction. We just do it day by day. Besides our cloud platform, we recently added our eTechlo mobile app with a personalized menu. Check the temperature of sensors and parcels in your neighborhood and upload the on the sensors registered data to the cloud. Verify the temperature by scanning a box. And if the temperature is okay, you get a green check and the parcel can be delivered. As mentioned before, the sensor fits perfectly in our eTechlo box. With our eTechlo box, we have a flexible and scalable packaging solution. A cooling box with the appropriate cooling plates for cold, the white ones, or frozen products, the green ones. With cooling profiles for day 0 and day +1 cold chain guarantee, e-commerce, smart city, farm to fork, but truly also for not at home delivery. Your food package becomes a standard parcel with a reusable transport packaging. No need for separate fleet or hub. You can choose and change the optimal transport solution adapted to your needs and location. Truck, van, cargo bike. You can combine in a single transport ambient and cold or frozen, food and non-food. Yet the eTechlo box is strong isolating, individually numbered with a GS1 and a passive RFID tag. It's a quarter of a euro pallet sized with a 30-liter useful content, ergonomically designed to hold the cooling or freezing plates, 2 till 5 depending on the cooling profile, stackable, washable, reusable, recyclable. By using a monitored eTechlo box, we can even go a step further. As mentioned before, we can assure a safe home delivery. The deliverer rings the bell, verifies the temperature, and offers you your order, transport inside the eTechlo box. The empty box returns to the sender for a next safe delivery. But what happens if you are not at home? Without a monitored cool box, the parcel can't be delivered in a safe way, may not be delivered. The only correct way is to take it back for destruction. With our monitored eTechlo box, you can choose for an alternative, sometimes cheaper delivery location, or use it for a plan B. If not at home, please deliver. A pickup point, a parcel locker, public or private, your neighbor. With the eTechlo box and eTechlo monitor, the temperature will be verified at delivery and again, just before the opening of the box. If okay, the customer can take the goods, the real handover moment. The only thing that still has to be done, organize the reverse logistics of the empty box. If you are a merchant willing to go or to grow to e-commerce of temperature-sensitive goods, if you are a logistic player willing to add perishables to your service offering, know that it can be done in a safe and sustainable way with a reasonable cost of usage. We are happy to support you. Very pleased to have been invited and to get the opportunity to present our concept. Stop thinking out of the box let's start thinking in and around the box. The Techlo box. Thank you.
Everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, based on where you are. My name is Parul Singh. I work as a senior technology supplier manager in TD Bank. I'm based at Toronto, Canada. I'm very delighted to be part of today's event, and it is my pleasure to meet you all virtually at International Conference on Supply Chain Management and Fulfill Solution. Hope you all are keeping safe amidst the COVID situation around the world. The topic I will be sharing today is supplier relationship management. As we all know, supplier relationship management is one of the most influential elements of the procurement and sourcing strategy, and it builds value for an organization's top line value while cutting bottom line cost. Successful supplier relationship management can have lasting impact upon an organizational business critical KPIs while purchasing, strategic sourcing, and category management activities. I can summarize the learning outcome in basically 3 points. First, help organizations to understand successful supplier relationship principle and process to mitigate risk and optimize success. Leverage, and the second is the leverage partner's strength to achieve a mutual benefit or finding sweet spot. Third is how business can start seeing a return on investment from focusing on execution of successful SRM. So moving on the next slide. So let me start with a funny joke. As you can see here on the screen, there is a conversation happening between a supplier and a vendor. Supplier is saying, I'm your new vendor for software, and I'm here to form a relationship with you. And that way, it will be easy to take half of your money. So you can see a supplier face very suspiciously. He said, does that ever work? And vendor said, it worked for my ex-wife. That might happen when they got divorced. Well, this is only a joke that can really happen in a real life situation. So moving on the next slide. So what is the supplier relationship management? Why do we need supplier relationship management? So by definition, basically it's unlocking value from strategic supplier partnership. And the objective is why do we need SRM? So there are objectives: deliver on cost reduction targets, obtain value added initiative through innovation and collaboration, leverage on supplier capabilities. So these are the objectives. Why do we need SRM? And what are the benefits? What are the outcomes for the SRM? So with that, increase market competitiveness, joint value creation based on trust, and also become customer of choice. And there are also challenges associated with SRM, which is sometimes companies overemphasis on cost reduction program, and there is lack of specific SRM competencies. And we also in my organization, sometimes I say that there is insufficient alignment between the business, procurement, and supplier. Next, we're going to talk about what is the key principles in SRM. There are 4 key principles in SRM, or in another word, SRM lifecycle. Segmentation, the first one is segmentation. Supplier segmentation is a process of dividing suppliers into distinct groups. The concept describes how this can be done and explores how organizations can benefit from segmenting their supply base, and segmenting supplier is an essential process in order to reduce supply risk. And the second is governance. So establishing effective governance process is key to unlock SRM value. Set up internal governance processes while clearly define ownership of supplier relationship, and to involve right stakeholders from the business in the process to drive strategic roadmap together with suppliers. Third, performance management. Setting up and tracking of operations measures which are mutually agreed with key suppliers such as tier 1 suppliers through SRM governance process. And supplier scorecard should be used to keep track of an item as item as like what is the quality of service, delivery, responsiveness of supplier, and those metrics can be reviewed regularly with strategic suppliers. Fourth is supplier development. This is an area of additional value creation. Activities that can be undertaken with strategic supplier which involve creating long-term value for both organizations. Next, here I'm showing a SOCR model. So SOCR model is supplier assessment process, which is popularly known as a SOCR model. It has 6 key principles and are very important for supplier assessment process. Those are what is the supplier strategy? What is the supplier business structure? What is their management approach? Who are in their management team? What is their management team look like? Operational capabilities. What is the product qualities, logistic capabilities, and about the information technology? Customer approach. Who are the key customers for the supplier? What is the market positions? What are the customer approach? Cost structure, like what are the cost structure for the supplier? Wage base, supply base cost, product cost. Economic performance. What is the profit level? What is the cash flow? What are the financial structures of suppliers? Research and development. Core competencies, research capabilities, process scale up. So these 6 points should be taken into consideration while selecting a supplier process. Next slide, financial ratio analysis. So these are important and recommended ratios for assessing the supplier risk. Liquidity ratio that measures whether a firm has enough resources to meet its short-term obligations. Like we can determine by quick ratio, current ratio, leverage ratios. Like it is assess the ability of a company to meet its financial obligation. Debt to asset, fixed charge coverage, activity ratio. It is a financial matrix that indicate how efficiently a company is leveraging the asset on its balance sheet to generate revenue and cash, such as inventory turnover, average collection period, return on net asset, profitability ratio. This ratio measures the overall profitability of a company considering as direct as well as indirect cost. So this slide is supplier strategy. So here I'm showing 2x2 matrix where supplier categorization is prioritized according to supply risk and supplier strategic potential to the organization. So category strategies is an essential to a successful category management. Here we are focusing on a strategic quadrant, which is like highlighted in dark blue. As you can see here, where supplier strategic potential and supply risk is high, we call it strategic supplier, which is a strategic alliance quadrant. So strategic supplier are the market leaders and the business should focus on best possible value, total cost of ownership, develop long-term relationship. Moving on the next slide. This is a supplier relationship mapping. This is a view of buyer account positioning from a supplier perspective. In another word, buyer segmentation strategy of their supplier based on their positioning, such as critical, strategic, leverage, and tactical. For the strategic buyer, build long-term partnership, consider logged-in partnership, as well as measure performance and monitor cost trend. So this is like a detailed view I have for each positioning, which is a very good point of reference in terms to understand the buyer's thinking perspective for a supplier. Next slide I have. This is a traffic light model. This is very impressive technique of supplier performance management and evaluation process. This simulation is based on visual effects, where supplier are assigned a number status with associated action plans and impact on new orders. So as you can see in traffic light model start with supplier sourcing, supplier positioning, supplier classification, and then supplier initial assessment and qualification, risk assessment status, what is like new limited order under control of sourcing team, then supplier evaluation. Supplier reviews are conducted by multifunctional sourcing team to reassess the supplier status according to traffic light model. Then sixth point is traffic light model. In that, performance record against a well-defined criterias, and they find a number status associated with action plan and impact on the new orders. So you can see here in this diagram, 7 is like highlighted in green, which is approved. So that is like core suppliers. Those are the core suppliers that have a great track record, earned their place in preferred vendors list. Supplier status is approved, no restriction on new orders, which leads to a strategic partnership road. And 8 is supplier probation. So this is saying on hold. So what does that mean? So performance below expectation, supplier status is on hold. So there is a restriction placed for new orders, and this is under strict control of sourcing team, and corrective action plans in place to meet minimum requirement for approval status recovery. If not met in a reasonable time, then another process start is supplier. The last process is supplier elimination, which is in red. The 9th point is phase out plan, like supplier status eliminate, new record, no new order, data remain in the supply base to avoid reintroduction without scrutiny. So this is a very nice visual effects to understand what goes into how we can evaluate the performance management of vendor. Slide 10th. So here we are talking about how business can start seeing a return on investment. Every business ecosystem that has clearly defined production, purchasing of product goods or services that has the need for an application of supplier relationship management. So let's dig a bit deeper and discuss the benefit of supplier relationship management in a bit more captivating manner. In another word of Jerry Maguire, show me the money. Yeah, that's right. I'm guessing I have your attention now. Money talk. And that has a real value of a strategy return, such as SRM, is directly correlated. So how can business start seeing return on investment from focusing on SRM activities? Sorry, I just moved to a different slide. So consolidation of supplier base. Cutting ties within relationship is never easy, but many businesses have entirely too many suppliers. Also, too dispersed of a supplier base can be a cause of internal confusion, unwanted competition amongst category leaders and the buyer. So this is very much recommended. And reduced purchasing caused by reducing a supplier base and locating a key supplier, a purchasing organization is to receive better pricing, lower shipping price, and added buying power. Reduce supplier risk. A consolidated and centralization of supplier equate in closer relationship and greater focus on risk areas. This of course leads to better abilities to risk aversion. More innovative supplier. Relationship developing key supplier relationship can eliminate low performance suppliers and ensure that quality of production. Less focus on supplier development will give you more limit to focus on product innovation and allow opportunities for SEI, which we will talk more detail in SEI in the next coming slides. Better governance, better compliance. Working with compliant supplier will aid company to avoid supplier-related risk. Keeping an organizational value in focus, securing better product quality. Of course, this kind of supplier governance doesn't come without rolling up your sleeves and digging into the garden. In order to grow long-lasting relationship with compliant supplier, you have to be ready to plant the seeds early. Collaboration for innovation. This is the last one. Communicating is the key to collaboration, and collaboration breeds innovation. Allowing supplier to see common goal and work freely with the framework of procurement organization requirements with complete trust and transparency can ultimately result in a supplier enabled innovation, which we call SEI. Next slide. The importance of an existing strategy in supplier management. So this is an essential process of contract management, and this has now become very important considering the current COVID situation to support the business continuity. As a clear drafted document approved by the procurement, third-party risk management stakeholder is must. This can minimize the impact of an organization, and there are like many I can say there are many exit strategies trigger point which I have listed here, which we should be consider, such as what are the interdependency of the service, what are the switching cost, and like as I was saying, exit strategies trigger expiration of the contract, breach of the trust, breach of the contract, and what are the possible risk, and what are the potential losses, ensure service of continuity. So we should be focusing on these points while drafting supplier exit strategies. Moving on, next slide. So this is my favorite topic, supplier-enabled innovation from today's presentation, because supplier-enabled innovation providing the framework within which procurement can harness the true power of suppliers and take advantage of their expertise, intellectual properties, R&D investments. There is nothing more significant on the horizon than supplier-enabled innovation. So what is the benefit? Sorry, I just changed my slide. So what is the benefit of SEI? SEI can bring significant return on investment, reduce time to profit, such as reduce time to profit. Like SEI can help streamlining the processes, cost saving and efficiency. The best partner get access to the latest innovation, but they also get the better price while collaboration lead to the great efficiencies. Business model innovation. Partnering with supplier in new ways can lead to disruptive new business model and keep an organization ahead of the competition. Customer of choice. By working collaboratively with suppliers and sharing subsequent benefits, companies will attract more value from new existing partners. Next slide. Supplier relationship management tools. So now there are several SRM technology available in the market, such as e-sourcing, which completely automate the entire tender process, help find the best suppliers, and pricing for the business needs. Contract management. This helps business to manage their consolidated database at one single platform. Source to pay, allow end-to-end sourcing visibility. SRM tool that allow business to manage and view meetings, questionnaires, and invoice together so that they can be easily queried. I have here listed a list of tools based on like what is available in the market right now, and such as Zycus, SAP Ariba, Coupa, Zegger. So these are the top key players, and here I am showing a magic quadrant for the key suppliers based on like who are the leaders. So we can see here SAP Ariba, Coupa, Zycus, they are the leaders in the SRM technology. Moving on, next slide. Future trends. So what will be the future of SRM? As you can see, as you know, more digitalization, consolidation, change management, and also impact of an artificial intelligence and robotic process automation and blockchain on expectation of SRM partners, the implementation of formal change management processes and programs, increased focus on stakeholder and supplier engagement, innovation programs, strong partnership developed with supplier to reduce cost. So this is my summary slide, like what we have learned from this presentation. Like there are some key secrets of meaningful relationship I have listed here. Select the right supplier is very important, and alignment between internal and external stakeholder is very, very much important for success, to make a successful SRM execution process. Focus on mutual benefit relationship, trust and strategic collaboration. Like, make sure that when you negotiate a win-win deal for both, like, try to make a win-win deal for both the parties and try to find a sweet spot that will create a route for a strategic partnership. Select meaningful KPIs and share information, which is very important. Establishment of governance model like monthly, quarterly, annual basis review meeting with the core, with the clear role and responsibilities. This is, I really like 360-degree survey, like, which is for supplier, procurement, and stakeholder complete survey to quantify and measure the value of relationship and benefit of this program. And this kind of result should be a part of governance process, like that can be discussed on monthly, quarterly, and annual business reviews meeting. So I hope you received some value out of this lecture and had few takeaways. This is my contact information. You can connect me on LinkedIn, and please send me an email if you will have any question. I will be very happy to answer that. And so once again, thank you all for taking your time today, listening me, and also a big shout out to a European Digital Conference organizing team for hosting such a great event. Take care, everyone, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello, I'm Mariana Leftov. I am standards and geopolitical expert and the pioneering deep tech industrial IoT company Nexxiot in Zurich, Switzerland. 4 years ago, I would never have expected to be standing here. I'm a typical example of what is happening all over the supply chain sector. Highly diversified interdisciplinary teams are now needed as the internet starts to mature. My background is actually in diplomacy and thought leadership with specific focus on geopolitics. It is my job to ensure international harmony and success in industrial IoT. What I am going to talk to you about today is a subject very close to my heart. Diversity in the supply chain and logistics has long been cherished. After all, such cross-national business interests by nature require a broad mixture of people. As we enter a post-digital age, it is now no longer just something to embrace as we feel appropriate, but rather it needs to be placed at the very core of digital business culture. I will let you know why. New levels of innovation require new mindsets. Business guru Ray Dalio explained in his book Principles for Success that he discovered that to achieve his goals, he had to replace the joy of being right with the joy of learning what is true. So what did he do? He looked for the most thoughtful people who disagreed with him. He realized the value of diverse perspectives. In our fast-paced disruptive times, we need powerful squads within the business with a broad mix of highly compatible skills. We need diversity to contrast our own assumptions because everything is open up for question in a big data-driven digital age. I'm going to tell you about culture and values, a story of how this applies in practice and how we internalize these values as an organization. Regardless of which topic is in focus, the approach should be one of flexibility and open-mindedness required to tackle the unknown. To drive meaningful change, the focus must be carefully prioritized. First people, then strategy, and then execution and cash. Strong defined values are needed in order to create a business culture adaptable enough for digital working practices. This must be so secure it can overcome the turbulence and innate challenges created by rapid iteration and organizational change. Our company defines 9 core values which enable diversity to be maximized as the strength. Let's start from impact. We focus on meaningful work and great results. We innovate to discover practical solutions to hard problems. We need courage to take smart risks. Judgment is a value supporting identifying root causes and thinking strategically about resolving them. We have curiosity to learn rapidly and eagerly. With passion, we celebrate victories and inspire others. Communication skills teach us to listen well instead of reacting fast. Then selflessness. Be egoless when searching for best ideas. And finally, honesty. We want to be known for reliability and directness. So how is it applicable? When I started in Nexiot, I had no background in hardware and just a little understanding on software applications. I wanted to join a company that derives value for its clients from data. I was impressed by Nexiot's ambition to deliver innovation into an industry that traditionally finds innovation challenging. I realized that supply chain offered vast opportunities for reduced global emissions and improved sustainability. I found I fitted in quickly to open-minded culture where no question is too stupid to ask. First, I was concerned that my lack of knowledge would be a barrier to progress, but I soon discovered my naivety supports open-mindedness. This was embraced because it helped to break down entrenched beliefs. By working in mixed teams of technical developers, engineers, data scientists, alongside with marketing, communication, branding, and thought leadership, we made rapid progress as ideas flowed and were tested in super-fast cycles. These cycles included prototyping, testing, execution, and further iterations. As my experience grew and I extended my network across the industry, I discovered there were many other people like me working for clients, partners, and competitors, which led to intoxicating mix of deep domain knowledge gathered over decades and the latest cutting-edge data algorithms and techniques. Supply chain management is not anymore restricted to manual processes, late saves and corrective actions, but now comes with unprecedented level of transparency and predictability with opportunity for continuous improvement. The challenge now for these diverse teams is to manage communication between different mindsets and to support them in their ability to adjust to constant evolution. When we look at the topic of extracting value from big data, experts claim that the most impactful and meaningful insights are discovered in 0.1% of data. This means powerful analytics are needed on the technical side, but new skill sets are required in interpretation, communication, and understanding which questions to ask. This requires emotional intelligence, diverse professional networks, and broad reading interests to support the flow of new ideas and apply an instinct where new value can be discovered. Diverse teams are best placed to take on the lean, innovative approach of creating and testing minimal valuable products to get quick feedback on product market fit before heavy investments are made. We need to know the current status and where we want to get to before we decide which technologies we should incorporate into our strategy. Leaders of diverse teams are better on working out where to invest time and money, this because they have sufficient context. We must deeply consider what our core product components are today and how it will evolve tomorrow. How will data-driven business intelligence affect how we perceive ourselves, our service offering, and contribution relationship with all the partners and participants? Who are the key actors in our segment, and what are they doing themselves to evolve the supply chain using data? How are they managing their customer relationships, and what risks do they pose of disruptive traditional models? To answer these questions, the broad horizon of highly diverse teams offers valuable perspective. Why do I enjoy being a part of the next generation of supply chain leaders? I guess because I am driving change towards sustainability. Maybe it is because I have particular instinct for the well-being of the next generations. As a professional, I strive to make the supply chain more efficient and enabled for digital improvement. As a citizen of the world, I require the supply chain to deliver goods and services that enrich my life. For my family, I want to know the provenance of what we consume and rely on accountability to quality of all those participating in the value network. Making today's video is a great example of how diverse teams get results. We are recording this in our own office with our creative team, including filmmakers and improvised studio, editing and production, even though we are a high-tech company focused on digitalization of the supply chain. We are adaptable to solve any technical and creative tasks in the house. So, thanks for joining us, and thanks to my colleagues for the behind-the-scenes support.
welcome to my presentation. I hope you all are doing good and have been enjoying this good event. I really hope that you have had a good presentation from my co-presenter, the ones who have been discussing about different topics. And with that said, I want to dive into my presentation. My presentation is how logistics can be digitalized with changes in behavior. From this webinar, you will have the learning outcome is that you will choose the correct platform for your needs, and why companies are not using IT platform as they maybe should. So, a little bit about me. My name is David Leifsson. I'm from Iceland. I've been living in Sweden for the past 15 years. I have about 20 years experience in logistics, and I've been working for a shipper, for a logistics provider, as a consultant in my own company, as I'm doing now. And I've been mainly focusing on European logistics. And recently, since April this year, I started my own webinar series, Digital Logistics, where I'm presenting the different types of platforms that are in the digital logistics arena. And I'm, of course, a huge fan of digitalization of logistics. And I think there are so many topics to be told about what's out there. So, a little bit before we dive into it is the impact of COVID-19 on logistics. And of course, this is my view on the thing. We had a limitation in capacity with especially the air freight going down with the limitation of belly freight and so on. And we had lower overview and transparency general in the logistics industry in the beginning, which led us to longer response time. And of course, the price went skyrocketing when we had fewer air freight line going out and in, and they were mainly charter like cargo flight, and that price was totally different from what we have been used before. So in the different countries, we kind of went into different ways of working. Some countries locked down, some did not do that, and had a more open view on this. But most of us had to work from home, and that led us to we had less access to a system. Then I'm talking about we had maybe limited access to the ERP system or transportation management system or warehouse management system, where we had in the office that at our fingertips, and we had no problem of getting around and getting the correct information. We had a limited overview because we are more isolated working from home with the systems that we had, if it was email or some other tools that could help us talk to different people, Teams meeting and so on. And the risk of mistakes, of course, can arise when you are having less chance of talking to the people that you were usually talking to in the office. So the rise of mistakes, I think, went up. Of course, this is different from company to company. And that brings us to the digital logistics platforms. So what are they? How can they help? And is this just another system? There are quite many of them. The digital logistics platform. It's not something that has been new popping up right now. Most of them are actually 3 or 4 or 5 years old. So they have been around for a couple of years. They are solving different problems. They can be solving special problems within transportation, within supply chain management, or other topics. And they are not just another system that you need to have to put in additional information, because they are here to help you simplify your work. So a little bit about the digital logistics platforms. If you like break them down into categories, you have transport platforms, you have supply chain management, community, and connectivity. And just to give you just a short overview of what's in those different kind of categories, you have companies in transportation. You have companies like Instafreight from Germany that is doing a transportation management system, and where you can use your contracts that you have already set up. You can bring that into that system, or you can use the system to find spot prices of freight. So it's a kind of marketplace as well. Some maybe some of you know Timocom or other players. So this is a little bit like that, but in a much more advanced level. Then you have companies like Adamem in Sweden. They are mainly focusing on the container flow from Asia to Northern Europe. And it is like you can compare it to like going to McDonald's or something like that, where you order yourself. You press in the details, and then you're making the orders, and the container goes. So it's a little bit like the McDonald's effect, and of course, in those two cases, there's full transparency of prices and information. Often that is something that the forwarder is keeping on hold in the transportation. Then you have the supply chain management category. You have companies as Syncordel that is focusing on purchasing, the 5 category of purchasing, the order confirmation, shipment, delivery, and so on. So they are making the connectivity or connection between you and your suppliers much easier, so that the flow of information will go much smoother, and so you have the chance of just focusing on what's out of synchronization in this case. Then you have a company called Codejet Rating from Sweden. They are in the rating on the suppliers. So they are in supplier management, and where you rate your suppliers, and you can get up the communication and collaboration with them within that platform. Then you have the community platforms, and that's more like if you think about Facebook or other community platforms. It's a little bit similar thinking. What I think is like you have a platform called Flensis in Denmark, and that's where you can put in your trusted network of people that you're working with, if it's your colleagues, if it's your forwarder or something someone else. You can put that into the community, your small semi-closed community that you can communicate with. So it's a way of increasing transparency and overview. Then you have the Belgian company called WebTrans, that is a community within the transportation area, and that is very interesting topic. And last, you have the connectivity segment, and excuse me, I need to just get some water. And the connectivity platforms, they are more focusing on getting a lot of data from your system, like the company Agilon from Sweden. That's a company that has a great engine that can connect to your ERP system and do the process mapping in real time. And for me, as a consultant, been doing a lot of process mapping. This was like something, a real eye-opener for me, because they can, with mapping your ERP system, they can give you exact view of how it is looking today, and they can give you the possibility of seeing where your bottlenecks and problems are. Then you have a company called CargoLedger from Holland, and that's a company that is in the transport and logistics, if you could say logistics arena, that can connect, for example, shipper, forwarder, haulier, customer together, and make sure that everybody is getting the correct information, correct documents, and so on. And for me, from my experience, is thinking of if I would get, as a customer, more information about where the truck is, where the shipment is, and when approximately I will get it. Then CargoLedger is something that could help in that arena. So, changes in behavior, the old way. The old way is not so old. It was before COVID-19, as we were used, most of us, by working in an office, having your colleagues close, having the chance to ask questions and get a quick answer. You had your suppliers coming over for a visit and so on. But now we have to adapt to a new working behavior. We have to accept the reality that we need to stay at home. We cannot meet as many people. We cannot talk to everybody. So we are going into a different behavior and less socialized way of working. So that has a demand. And what we need to do is thinking in terms of community. We have to have our small or a medium or a large community that we can discuss with. Because if we are not talking in our community, we are just islands, and then things will become lost, and we will not get out our ideas and information. And we need to have a kind of a shared information pool, so we can connect or talk to our community. So one of the things from today is choose the correct digital logistics platform. And then it comes down to the what is your company needs or pain? In what segment are you looking for your for a digital logistics platform? Is it in transportation? Is it in supply chain, or connectivity, or something else? So you need to understand where your problems are, where is your main issues that you would like to solve. And perhaps you have to do, for example, one thing could be that you need to do something like, if you're not sure, then it might be a case of using connectivity platforms like Agilon to really understand where the problems are, to go further and see where the next step is. So that could be something. And then you need to answer, what will the platform substitute? Let's say in the case that you're doing a lot of manual work in purchasing, you are making sure that your orders are being confirmed, the right price and everything like that, and you're using a lot of man hours doing that, then a system like, for example, SyncOrder that can help you focusing on the out of synchronization orders be something for you, because then they will reduce the time that you spend on that processes. And of course, you have to find a logistics platform that is will bring a cost reduction. And when I talk about cost reduction, it is mainly in the way of reducing the time that you spend on doing certain things. Or if you could say, you can do more with the same amount of resources. So what is next for you when you have come to this? Well, you have to do your research. You have to research the platforms that are out there and see what's suitable for you. You have to get help from experts, or you could get help from experts, independent experts. You should start up a dialogue with platforms, digital platform suppliers, because they are very happy to speak to you. And if you ask for it, they will probably give you a piloting test that you can test in a small scale how this will work, because it's no use of rolling something out in the whole company if it doesn't work. So piloting is very important to do. And what is driving this is the need of change to a new work behavior, like we discussed earlier, is driving the need of using the platform to simplify and to make your work easier and better transparency. And of course, I said here earlier about why companies are not using so much IT platforms. And my take on it is that they are not using it because they might be afraid of the time that it will take to implement and the time it will take to test it out, and they're not maybe sure of if it will be a return on investment for them. And with that, I'd like to say thank you for listening. And if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, please do so. I will accept any invitation. My name is David Leifson. You can just search for me there. You can also reach out to me at david.leifson@scminternational.se. And with those words, I will say, let's get digital. And thank you for listening to my presentation. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, I'm George from Greece, and it's my pleasure to be part of this great conference and have the opportunity to express my thoughts and my opinion about logistics and supply chain management. Today I'm going to present the topic of elastic logistics in fast-moving consumer goods sectors, which is part of my master's degree program in logistics and supply chain management. This project is associated with an implementation framework for organization through customers analysis on a real-life scenario of a Greek company. I would like also to mention that this is the first official research about this topic, and as a result, there is a lot of concern on the press on the last few years. Before proceeding on the presentation, let me introduce myself. As I said, I'm George, I'm from Greece and 27 years old. Now I'm living in Brussels, as I am here since January of 2020. About my education career, I studied accounting and finance, University of Macedonia, and after that I integrated vocational training program in negotiations of the University of Athens. Apart from that, this year I finished my master degree program of logistics and supply chain management, where this presentation is associated with this program. About my working career, I worked and I gained experience in logistics operations in some companies in Greece, as I worked as a logistics and supply chain coordinator and as a logistics analyst. From January of 2020, and my last job role was in ExxonMobil in the logistics network optimization team as a supply network developer. The internship was finished on June of 2020. My presentation includes the introduction and the background of the topic, and the research scope, objectives, and methodology, along with the case study with the results and any kind of limitations and further research. To begin with, it is known that one of the biggest challenges of supply chain is to satisfy customers and adopt on new changes and find out any solution on the difficult problems. As a result, a new concept showed up, which is called elastic logistics, and is the ability of a company to expand or shrink its logistics capabilities in order to accommodate the demand fluctuations. Some of the key factors leading this model refer to customers, data, and technology, as well as the fast-moving consumer goods sector. These are some of the most critical factors that we have to consider. According to a survey, one of the biggest forces shaping the distribution network is the origin of demand and the delivery point. Based on that and on the previous information, my research scope is focused on understanding how elastic logistics model can be implemented through customer analysis, data, and of course to find out supply chain flexible solutions. As a result, my research objectives were based on the investigation of data analysis methods to understand customer analysis and their insights, to illustrate flexible supply chain strategies in the FMCG sector, and to apply these key findings on Greek company in order to propose an elastic logistics framework so as the companies could easily apply this model on their operations. The methodology that I followed on my research consists of 3 phases. The first thing is to systematically review the selected articles and develop a descriptive and thematic analysis. The second step is the framework development, which consists customer data analysis, the demand forecasting, and the last thing that I did was to solve facility location problems in order to define the optimal location for this Greek company in order to serve customers more efficient. As a last step is to find the key results, to describe you the limitations and further research. As of the phase one, I focused area on this research in order to select the most appropriate scientific articles where consumer behavior in fast-moving consumer goods sector, the supply chain operations, and of course data analysis models and techniques. In order to achieve my goal, I used some of the most known database in order to find out the most appropriate scientific articles, and by using the necessary keywords along with the inclusion and exclusion criteria, combining with the quality assessment, I find out 49 useful articles that I have to proceed on an extensive analysis in order to find out the thematic areas about this topic. Based on the VIOS viewer, a software which helped me to proceed on a content descriptive analysis, and based on the keywords heat map from the selected articles, along with the study concept links of titles and abstract, I found out three thematic areas, three big categories about data analysis tools in supply chain management, aspects of customer analysis, and supply chain flexible strategies and actions that companies have to take into account. As a result, I found that through artificial intelligence or customer intelligence systems like CRM, companies can easily enhance forecasting accuracy to discover and hidden patterns among customers. And I found also that some of the most critical segmentation pillars about the customers are geographic, demographic, psychographic, and behavioral. Based on that, companies could easily define their motives to see the attractiveness of each region and understand better their customers. Last but not least, supply chain flexibility, as you know, involves the use of data in order to define the problems that arise in everyday operations. And the most important thing is companies to develop outsourcing strategies, information sharing management, and of course to invent on Internet of Things. Proceeding on the framework development, I worked closely with a Greek company of the fast-moving consumer goods sector. The company is based on the north side of Greece, and it produces frozen vegetables, salads, and fruits. The company serves its customers in 47 different regions among the Greek market, and they provide me data, sales data, on the last 3 years. The first step that I followed was to clean the dataset in order to develop an interactive dashboard and of course to extract all the significant information about their customers. The second step was too critical for me as I developed demand forecasting for summer period of 2020 based on time series analysis, and along with the first step, I interpret all the information in order to understand which regions are most critical. The last step was to solve a facility location problem in order to define the optimal locations for the company in order to serve efficiently their customers. At this slide, you can see 3 different pictures: the initial dataset, the clean dataset, and of course the interactive dashboards where the user can easily extract any useful information about the customers according to his needs. From my analysis, a general view is that the most products sold are vegetables, and July is the most high in demand month among August and June. At the right side of the slide, you can see a heat map of the Greek map, where you can see where are the most critical regions in Greece. So where there is a red color, there is higher demand comparing to yellow or blue. As of the next step, I develop demand forecasting for summer period of 2020. As we can see also on the chart, where I developed the forecast through SPSS software based on time series analysis, based on best fit model, and you can see of course the mean stationary R squared. Our model describes well our forecasted model. Of course, the mean stationary R squared is not an indication for accuracy, but it's a good indication that our forecasts are quite well. In order to understand which regions are most in demand and most critical, I developed a meaningful table with all regions by combining the first step and the second step, and of course the forecasted quantities. And here you can see, for example, that the 5-star significance level mean that the associated regions demand is over 20,000 units for all the summer period. This is a combination for the first two steps, where it's helped me to find out the optimal locations. The last and the most critical step for me was to find out, as I said before, the optimal location. So the primary goal is to see where is the optimal locations in order for the Greek company to store products before summer in order to accommodate the demand fluctuations of summer period. So the point is to find where to store products across the Greek market in order to serve efficiently and faster their customers. Based on FLP spreadsheet solver, which is an open source tool for solving and visualizing results of facility location problems, I defined by using the necessary and the appropriate, let's say, parameters based on the distance, on the service distance limit, and of course the user could easily use the objective functions of minimizing the total cost, maximizing total demand covered, and minimizing the maximum service distance. Unfortunately, I didn't have any data about cost per unit distance or cost scaled by demand in order to be more integrated my project. Based on this software, I implemented 3 scenarios according to company's need, but of course the user could easily implement a lot of different scenarios according to his needs. As we can see on the 3 different maps, which is some examples, you can see the nodes that are the optimal locations for the company to store products in order to serve their customers faster. Of course, according to the parameters, the regions are changing, but you could easily see how effective this software can give us the best results. But the point out is for this project is to see how Elastic Logistics model could easily implement it by understanding our customers. Concluding on my project, I realized and I understood that Elastic Logistics model is a concept that every company has to focus and process on further research. I realized that companies have to invest in new technology in order to share information and of course to analyze their data. By providing also as a second step a customer analysis, they can easily understand their motives, they could easily understand how their customers are buying any kind of product, and of course by developing a forecast according to these new technologies, they could easily understand how to prepare their supply chain strategy for the upcoming event. So it's important to follow 4 steps to deploy the best fit technology, to integrate customer analysis, to develop the best accurate forecast, and of course to establish their supply chain strategy according to the upcoming events. So I think that it's easy for the company now to accommodate those demand fluctuations and of course phase out any kind of problem. About my research, there are some limitations. Of course, I didn't have any available data about capacities or any kind of cost per distance, as I said before. I had a lack of variety in forecasting techniques, and of course, I used only 5 scientific databases. But for the future research, it's important to see how elastic logistics model fits well with different kind of technologies like deep learning or machine learning, and to see on different supply chain operations, but not only on transportation. Of course, with that company, we are going to proceed on investigations of different other parameters like capacities to find out the optimal inventory levels at those locations. So I think that elastic logistics model is a broad concept that any kind of company could easily or has to provide further research on that. Thank you very much for your attention. It was a brief description about this model. Of course, you are free to ask me any kind of question, and feel free and don't hesitate to ask me anything about the company. Also, I would like to mention that some of the information about the company were not true due to confidential agreement that I have with this company in Greece. Thank you again.
Hi everybody, and welcome to Logistics 4.0, where we talk about what Logistics 4.0 is in the context of Industry 4.0 and the Israeli innovation ecosystem and what it has to offer in that field. Well, let's start off by understanding the Israeli innovation ecosystem. Well, there are 3 facts I would like you to know and remember when considering the Israeli innovation ecosystem. Number 1, Israel has 1 innovative company for every 1,400 people. That's the highest density of startups worldwide. That's what makes the second fact more understandable. Well, the Israeli innovation ecosystem is so paramount to the Israeli economy because it employs less than 8% of the workforce while generating over 13% of GDP and nearly half of Israel's annual exports. The third fact is no less important because one of the unique features of the Israeli ecosystem is its diversity, the diffusion of entrepreneurs and technologies between sectors. Whereas the early entrepreneurs started off by dealing with existential needs of water, energy, obviously defense, nowadays they actually innovate and found companies and develop technologies in a multitude of sectors. We see them deal with digital health, fintech, agri-tech, Industry 4.0 obviously, mobility, cyber, and so on. This is something that's very unique to an ecosystem like Israel, where it deals with so many technologies and is able to employ the experience of entrepreneurs with the potential of the different technologies that can be applied everywhere actually to solve the different problems of the world. Okay, let's focus on Industry 4.0. The Israeli Industry 4.0 sector is basically comprised of 260 companies that are pure deep tech Industry 4.0, complemented by companies dealing with construction tech, with energy, and with supply chain, as well as areas like logistics and so on. Over 100 investors backed these companies in Israel in 2019, with 24 R&D standards of multinationals. All these lead Israel to be the third largest country in terms of VC investments worldwide, just after the US and China. That's very surprising to know when you consider how small Israel and how small its industry is. Yet, when you look at the subsectors that comprise Industry 4.0 in Israel, you understand why Israel has so much to offer. Well, you have operation optimization, you have industrial cybersecurity, an area where Israel is very known for. We have platforms and connectivity, going back to telecom and communication companies, supply chain, inspection and testing, sensing and imaging. These are all technologies that are applied in multitude of sectors. Also dealing with 3D printing, additive manufacturing in general, maintenance, and obviously robotics. Last year alone, you can see that Israeli companies has raised over $600 million in Industry 4.0, again, 2019 alone. The most significant sector in terms of number of companies is actually operation optimization, followed by cybersecurity, which actually covers about a quarter of the VC investments. Sensing and imaging maybe show lower number of companies, but definitely attracted in 2019 a very large amount of capital because the companies were mature and they were able to implement solutions in multitude of verticals. So the map you see in front of you basically tells you the story of the growth of the sector over the last 5 years. And it's been very significant in all areas, especially operation optimization, but industrial cybersecurity as well as supply chain as well. Now let's talk about Logistics 4.0. Well, when we work with multinationals around the world, we try to figure out their challenges. When we looked at the challenges facing logistic companies and industrial companies with significant logistics, we have found that there is something we call the 2/3 rule. 2/3 of the companies don't have end-to-end real-time visibility. 2/3 of the companies can't share key information with the suppliers, the partners, and even within their own departments. 2/3 of the companies are actually incapable of mitigating incomplete or late shipments. 2/3 of them don't have real-time visibility of stock levels. And naturally, 2/3 of them can't provide decision makers with access to the information required. So what is Logistics 4.0? How it's going to solve all these challenges? Well, let's dive into the history first. Logistics 4.0 is basically a fourth revolution, a fourth phase of how logistics innovation has evolved. Starting from the 1960s, where Logistics 1.0 basically focused on transportation. It focused about route changing, about optimizing routes, about coordinating different third parties and so on. Then in the 1980s, Logistics 2.0 came in, and their innovation there actually tried to support a trend of supply chain that grew out of procurement and logistics. Later on, near the turn of the century, Logistics 3.0 innovation really focused on making all this very heavy, very slow to change sector more agile. And finally, as Industry 4.0 gained traction and became more used, the focus shifted to value chains. Now, what's the difference between the focus on value chain and the focus on supply chain? It seems very similar, but actually it's very different. Value chain focuses on the macro level of the process, whereas supply chain focuses on the micro level, the level of the plant itself. We see that in supply chain, in the 1980s, the focus was on my customer, was on the demand streams, and the profitability of all the parties involved. Whereas when we look at the value chain, and we have that unique experience nowadays, post-COVID-19, where we understand that the need is to focus about end users and consumers, understand the value stream, where value is created and delivered, and that is why we look at the macro level. When we understand the Logistics 4.0, we actually want to focus on understanding and focusing on the needs and demands of sensing, of shipping, omni-channels. We want to focus about social media analytics that drives the demand. We want to talk about the digital supply chain, meaning collaborative planning, intelligent procurement, plug-and-play logistics, and more. And obviously also the service analytics and connected products. So all these are basically supported by numerous companies. I'll give you just a few examples of companies dealing with that in Israel. So we've got Excelot, which has a platform for optimized routing from the air. We have a company like Delivered, which does inventory and order management software for cloud networks. We have Novicode, for example, which has embedded connectivity solution that develops smart packaging labels, offering real-time item connectivity and endless digital opportunity for the IoT industry. We have Autonomous Freight Transport, FTS, which does systems that help moving freight around. Robotican, which basically develops unmanned ground vehicles and systems for a variety of users as FTS, which means freight transport. We have companies like Fabric that delivers on-demand logistics platform that does retail inventory and demand and order delivery, as well as in industry. We have companies like Kaha, which deals with robotics and warehousing. We have Wise Shelf, for example, dealing with smart shelf for retailers. We have Optiways for connected fleets management based on artificial intelligence, and many more. You can find all these companies on our very own Finder. But let me first tell you about who we are. We are Startup Nation Central. What we do is we bridge innovation between the Israeli ecosystem and the leading businesses around the world, governments, and NGO leaders. We have developed those technological sectors with high growth potential, and we accumulate knowledge helping all around in the ecosystem to evolve and become stronger. Our work revolves around three pillars: connecting the ecosystem here in Israel to the world, around strengthening the Israeli innovation ecosystem by building communities and building vehicles that connect the different multinationals, the government, the academia, influencers of all types, and investors into one cohesive and supportive community and ecosystem. And finally, of course, all that could not have been achieved without the research and insights that we drive out of our very own developed innovation discovery platform we call the Finder. The Finder platform is a very unique innovation discovery platform covering in Israel over 6,500 companies, hundreds of investors, corporates, even academia inventions. The success of this free, available, accessible tool to everyone has been so significant to the Israeli ecosystem that we have other ecosystems around the world, in Thailand, in Michigan, in Houston, in Taiwan, New Zealand, reach out and ask to use it. And we're actually building these days the Global Finder Network, which basically tries to bring together different finders from around the world, connecting this into the network of networks of innovation worldwide. So I challenge you to go on and use the platform in Israel, also in other places, and you can easily, using the tagging system and other filters, find all these companies I mentioned today, and many, many more. So thank you very much, and see you in Israel, innovating.
Hello, I am Edouard Barrero. I am in charge of international expansion for Citybox. I want to talk to you about the e-commerce paradox that we can define as the opposition in between the continuous growing demand for e-commerce and the growing rejection by authorities and consumers of city logistics. Then I will finish the presentation with our propositions to make the situation a little bit better. There is no mystery, E-commerce is growing by double digit since years and will continue this way. It seems, and it is visible with these numbers, that with the COVID, the consumer has also accelerated its conversion to the digital. But more e-commerce also means more package to deliver, especially in urban areas that are already saturated with e-commerce volumes. We have here illustrations with New York and Paris. As a result, most of them have already set up some restrictions or are working on it. This paradox is rooted in the fact that the world seems to enter the new age regarding consumption and urban organization. There is a strong demand for more responsible, sustainable consumption and production. As a result, cities are gradually banning vehicles and delivery trucks from city centers. When we consider the numbers related to e-commerce, we understand the strong focus of authorities and cities on urban logistics. For example, in this report of the World Economic Forum, it is stressed that the demand for last-mile delivery is expected to grow by 78% by 2030, leading to 36 more vehicles in the world top 100 cities. For sure, it means more pollution, more traffic, and it will impact everyone. It will be an obvious conclusion to say that city logistics should be more sustainable. It has also to be more efficient, while being aligned with consumer preference to be accepted by everyone. To be consistent in our approach, let's first look at what consumers really want. First of all, several studies have shown that the consumer prefers to be delivered home. This one from ProSnort goes further in showing that the consumer also have a strong preference to be delivered in the mailbox. This result is even more interesting when you know that in Europe there is no countries with the appropriate infrastructure that enable consumers to receive their package in a systematical way in their mailbox. It is even more surprising when you realize that consumers have exactly the same kind of request for the returns. They want to put their package in a box for a return. It means that when we talk about efficient operations, we have to integrate all these preferences of the consumers. So, what is efficient operations? The concern of sustainability has led the carriers to make a lot of change in their operations. They have added lockers, electrical vehicles, e-bikes, and it generated a certain efficiency, but it's clearly not enough. All these solutions have their own limit. Lockers, access points are a solution for carriers that want to lower the cost to serve, but not for consumers. They prefer to have their package home. Local access points can also be far from home, so it means more vehicles on the road. Having electrical vehicles is also needed, but it does not prevent to put more vehicles on road, and the public space is increasingly saturated with vehicles. Cargo bikes are also an excellent solution to lower CO2 and pollutant emissions. But we should also recognize that you cannot replace all the vehicles by bikes. It will saturate all the public space. In addition, there is a lack of complementary infrastructure to have bike operations. For example, you need depots in the center of the cities. You need also parkings to park all the e-bikes. And currently, in the big cities and metropoles, there is no the appropriate space for that. At Citybox, we do not claim to have a solution to all problems. But at least we think that we solve the convenience issue while enabling the carriers to make a huge step regarding efficiency, but also retailers regarding consumer experience. Indeed, carriers know that in a building with Citybox, they can deliver at first attempt in 100% of the cases. He also will not need to waste time and money in actions to make sure that the consumer can receive the package home. For example, to call him to coordinate a delivery, or to ask where he can release the package if he's not at home. You need also to develop an app to enable a consumer to choose a window of delivery, oblige the carrier to create specific rounds to catch up with all these customers. No need also to add stops in an alternative delivery location for the package that have not been delivered. The carrier can then make the most optimized round just by considering the stops. And it can be even more efficient by adding the returns and in synchronizing returns and deliveries. Citybox enables to have more efficient operations, but it also opens new perspectives regarding services. You can have services that are online with the consumer aspiration regarding sustainability, for example, the delivery and returns of reusable packages. Also a support for consumption more sustainable, for example, in enabling the delivery and returns of reusable packages, but also in providing the infrastructure needed to have a mass use of products with packaging that are refillable or recyclable. Citybox can also incentive virtual behaviors like the recycling of products, batteries, bubbles, printer cartridge. In fact, the consumer can put everything in only one box and send it at once in this parcel box. On the collect side, you also create efficiency because the carrier will collect a massive number of different things in only one stop, and it can be even more efficient if in the same building several people are doing the same at the same time. Citybox will also support a new business that is growing massively, the C2C, that is also part of the circular economy. It means that it's also sustainable. The seller will drop all the package that he wants to sell in his parcel box, making it more convenient because it does not need to run to find an access point or a carrier operation to drop its packages. Here we collect them when he makes deliveries or returns from e-commerce. The consumer will be happy to have for a second-hand product an experience as good as for a new product. One more important thing, Citybox wants also to make possible the delivery by night. That is the reason why all the buildings that are equipped with Citybox Parcel Box will also be soon equipped with a smart lock that will enable to enter at any time in the building in a safe and trackable way. What does it mean? It means less traffic, no parking problems, reduced delivery time, additional delivery windows, the possibility to separate B2B made during the day, C2C made during the night. At the end, you have a kind of virtual circle because during the night there is less vehicle on road, so the carrier can be more efficient, and during the day, less delivery vehicles on road. It means globally less traffic, less congestion, and as a result, less pollution. So in any way, you decrease the level of pollutants and of CO2 emissions per package. These numbers are supported by some studies that you can see in this slide, but it's true that it would be nice to make more pilots tests to demonstrate that it could be a very interesting solution for the future. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope that this presentation was interesting and that will lead to interesting discussions.
to this session about supply chain in the context of IoT, the Internet of Things, and blockchain, and we'll focus on a particular implementation on the Azure cloud.
Hi, my name is Stefano Tempesta. I'm CTO at Connecting Software and Microsoft Regional Director and MVP based in Melbourne, Australia.
The requirements of businesses are at very different levels. Enterprises need integration with line of businesses like a CRM, a ERP, a payroll system, or more traditional technologies like a file system, FTP server, SQL Server, and so on. But the need for connection, for integration, don't end with applications, with systems. They extend also to communication channels, requirements for communication over mobile apps, web application, sending SMS, or even connecting or communicating with a chatbot and IoT devices. And there is a third requirement in the enterprise, which is about access to documentation, records, invoices, any digital asset that you want to store, and you want to make sure that this access is secure and valid, so that your asset is not being compromised over time. So there is an increasing need for signing this digital asset and verifying that they exist and they are authentic. Not only that, we also want to have evidence of all the transactions, all the activities that have been done on the specific asset. So in a way to create a sort of audit of who has done what and when. If you look at traditional transactions, it can be a financial transaction, but it can be really any type of transactions between two parties, between two entities. In a financial transaction, say Alice has to transfer some money to Bob, there is an intermediary that is in between this communication when dealing with digital transaction. So, for example, is your bank account or your credit card provider that authorize and verify that you can actually do the transaction if you have enough funds in your account. But there is a challenge with this centralized system, a system where all the information is stored into a single repository, into a single centralized ledger. So a history or a collection of all the transactions that all the parties have done, and relies on the central authorities to verify that all the transactions are genuine and that all the parties involved in that transaction are authorized to make the transaction. Now, that is the way the traditional centralized systems work, and the challenge is that, you can understand from an informatics perspective, there is a reliance on a single point, which is a single point of failure, the centralized system. Now, don't get me wrong, obviously banks and credit cards or any other systems have redundancy in place, run on cluster of databases, they have backups to provide business continuity. But you have heard a lot of times of data breaches, password leaks, and this happens because information is centralized. A decentralized system, like a blockchain, can instead help to remove the dependency on a central authority, distribute the ledger, and make sure that verification happens not because there is a reliance on a single authority, but because there is a network of peer-to-peer network that authorize the transaction. So how that looks like in a decentralized world. A digital ledger that is decentralized and distributed is copied to all the nodes, all the peers that are part of this network. So everybody has a copy of it. But don't get me wrong again, here we are not saying that everybody has a copy of the database of all the transactions that everybody has performed. Well, yes and no in some way. They do have a copy of the digital ledger, but transactions are only visible between the two parties that have exchanged the information because they are encrypted. And information that is encrypted, a transaction that is encrypted in a digital ledger, is signed with different technologies, typically with a and cryptographic hash, which is a unique way of signing documents or assets in general that represent a sort of footprint. What does it mean? It's a value that is unique for the transaction. If you change a single byte in that transaction, a number, a digit, a character in that transaction, this hash value, this checksum, will be completely different. So if I want Alice to transfer some money or perform any sort of transaction towards Bob, the majority of the network has to reach a consensus. So they have to agree on the transaction and make it happen. But what happens if a node is compromised? Say that it is hacked. Well, if a node is hacked and the hacker introduces a different value for a transaction, so they say that Alice has 1,000 digital coins instead of 100, that 1,000 is different than 100. And the checksum, this hash value, will be different than anybody else in the network. So the network will kick out the circle of trust that compromised node. And what if I don't want to be part of the network any longer? I don't want to be involved into this verification. That's still okay, because the network relies on the majority of nodes being available and agree on the transaction. So if a single node is no longer available, that's still okay. The network will keep on working. So in summary, these are all the benefits of introducing a blockchain technology in the context of enterprise, in the context of businesses. There is a built-in security and redundancy, as we have seen. No need to create a cluster of servers and backups because a copy of the digital ledger is automatically distributed to all the nodes, and all the nodes are in a peer-to-peer network, providing the level of redundancy that deliver business continuity. And because this network with the digital ledger is independent from the typically centralized application like your internet, your content management system, your CRM, your payroll, and so on, you have all the information stored in a separate network, which represents an independent source for verifying and tracing the actions, the transactions that have been performed on the network itself. These transactions are undisputable because they are immutable. Transactions that are appended to the network, to the digital ledger, to the blockchain network, cannot be compromised in a way that cannot be modified or deleted. It's only an append only. So if you want to change something, you need to add another transaction that balance the previous one, but that new transaction has to be approved by the entire network. So this creates trust in the system. This creates trust in a process that can be automated machine to machine without human intervention, and at the end meets the requirements that we have seen before for the enterprise in signing and verifying digital assets that are signed in and the signature is stored in a blockchain meet, approve, or existence, because there is a timestamp when that transaction was performed the first time, so you can say that asset existed at that time, that date and time, that point in time, and is authentic, has not been compromised, because by changing a single character, a single digit in that asset, the hash value, the signature, will be completely different. Now, before we move on and see how all of these make sense in the context of supply chain, let me take a step aside for a moment and just make everybody comfortable with the current state of art from a blockchain technology perspective. I'm sure everybody's familiar with blockchain in the context of cryptocurrency. Bitcoin, over 10 years ago, came out as a way of creating a digital currency that doesn't depend on any government and any central authorities. That's what is typically called a first version of blockchain 1.0. But then a few years later, a startup in Switzerland called Ethereum came out with a concept of a smart contract. That's revolutionary in some way, because not only transactions can be authorized only if you have enough digital coins, but also if there are some conditions that have to be met. So smart contracts introduce a business logic tier for validation and for ensuring that transactions can be performed if these conditions are met. This is still not enough though, because companies, businesses don't work only with data that is inside a blockchain only. Obviously, smart contracts operate only with data that is inside a blockchain. What companies do is interact with data that is outside CRM, payroll, FTP server, and so on. So we need to have a way to connect in a confidential way, so in a way that we trust the source inside a blockchain. So we need to create the level of connection. How can we do that? I will show you that in a moment in this next demo. So the user scenario that I'm going to demonstrate in a moment is for a smart and connected supply chain. We have different parties involved in a supply chain, different stages. Let's make an example of a producer of a dairy food, like can be milk, for example, that requires to ship these containers all the way until the retail store down the corner where you live. Every stage has some requirements of quality of shipment. Let's make an assumption around the temperature and humidity. But parties agree what kind of quality conditions have to be met. What is the temperature, the boundaries for temperatures and humidity. And all this information is measured with Internet of Things connected devices, sensors for temperature and humidity. But not only that, because collecting these telemetry points is easier from a technology point perspective. What is challenging is making sure that this information is not compromised. And here is where we have smart contracts, because the two parties sign this contract, but they do it on a blockchain. They agree what are the conditions, so is agree between two parties. And when the device measures the level of temperature and humidity, then automatically, without any human intervention, if the telemetry points are within the set values inside the smart contract, the supply chain can progress. Otherwise, it raises an out of compliance error, and then it will stop its operation.
Let's have a look at a specific case of a supply chain here. And we want to look at supply chain from a compliance perspective. There are different states of a transition between parties that are involved in the supply chain itself. So we can see that a transaction has been created, is in transit, has been completed. What I look after specifically is tracking the out of compliance state. So we are in Azure IoT Central here. IoT Central is a platform for managing devices, sensors, and tracking these telemetry data that they collect. Now, specifically in this case, I'm simulating a device, but obviously in IoT Central, I can register actual sensors that can capture temperature, humidity, location, and so on. So let's have a look at this simulated device. This device being simulated is generating some random data for humidity and temperature. Simulating are real sensors, and these points are taken every minute. Now I want to apply a rule. I want to say if the temperature is greater than, say, 6 Celsius degrees, then take some action, because this is sort of conditions that will invalidate, for example, the shipment of some goods, some containers. So I can send an email, but what is more important, I can trigger a flow. And this flow will be able to communicate with the blockchain digital ledger, as I will show you in a moment. So let's configure this Microsoft Flow. Microsoft Flow in Power Automate allows to create integration flows. You can define the rule that triggers these condition, and more important, you define the JSON format, the message that is sent to a service bus. This service bus is deployed within Azure Blockchain Workbench and is the service bus to which the blockchain digital ledger deployed in Azure Blockchain is subscribed. This is Workbench in action, and here I'm setting a new contract. I'm actually creating a smart contract visually between different devices, owners, parties involved, and setting the conditions for humidity and temperature in this case that I want all the parties to respect as part of this contract. So this is Workbench is a tool for displaying a smart contract in a visual way with no coding. You just have to focus on writing your smart contract. And when a smart contract is published, it is actually registered in a blockchain. And Workbench displays a status, in this case the transaction has just been created, and allows me to move into the next action in the blockchain workflow. In this case, I'm transferring ownership to a party, Shady Shipping, for shipping my containers. And you can see that the transaction now moved to in transit, so it moved to the next stage. Now, the name Shady Shipping is not coincidental. Their fridge is broken, say I'm transporting some dairy food, and the simulated device that I'm now going to show you in IoT Central is going to simulate this broken fridge. So their telemetry data for temperature will measure a peak of 26 degrees, which is obviously outside of the range that we have specified in the smart contract. So here it is, my 26 degrees measured by the IoT device in the broken fridge. So what's going to happen now? Well, the rule that we have set before has been triggered, it's been sent to the blockchain digital ledger, and an out of compliance status has been captured. This is critical because at this point I can stop the supply chain completely in automatic way without any human intervention, because machines to machines are communicating and generating this sort of registry of all the actions. Not only I can register the status, but I can also go into the details of the transaction itself. So sensor type number 2 is for temperature, sensor reading 26 degrees, and so on. What is important is to register the auto compliance status.
The technology behind the supply chain that we have just seen is all about IoT devices that are registered in IoT Central. This is a platform in the Azure cloud where devices can be registered. And this is already a first form of security, because devices that are not registered are not allowed to send telemetry data to IoT Central. IoT Central also established a two-way communication with the device, sending, for example, an awake signal, so to save battery on the device when it's not in use, and then awake the device when a telemetry capture is required. IoT Central can also send updates to the device in terms of firmware updates, or also in terms of messages to check, like a heartbeat, that the device is still functioning correctly, and can also send some messages that are expected to be returned by the device. And if these messages in response to the signal sent by IoT Central are not in the expected range, then that may be an indication that the device can be compromised. And if that's the case, IoT Central can shut down the device remotely. And that's fantastic, because it ensures that data injected in service in IoT Central and then to service bus going inside the blockchain ledger is of quality that we expected. Then, once data is inside IoT Central, integration platform like Power Automate or similar can send a message to service bus. We are again in the Azure cloud, and register this information in a digital ledger. Also here, there is a second level of confidentiality, because service bus exposes a publish-subscribe pattern where only the digital ledger, can be Ethereum or any other blockchain technology, is subscribed to receive this information, and no one else, no other systems. So in this way, information that is inside the service bus has to be in a format that is expected by the service bus, with the condition that we have seen before in formatting a JSON message, and the service bus will allow only the registered application, the digital ledger, to access this information. Building the integration flow is relatively easy. It's all about connecting to IoT Central, preparing the payload, which consists of different variables and attributes, including the telemetry points for humidity and temperature, for example, so whatever the IoT devices have collected, and then formatting in a message format that can be understood by the digital ledger, and then sending to service bus. Service bus acts also as a queue, guaranteeing delivery, so keeping the message in the queue until it's actually delivered to the digital ledger, and allowing to perform at scale, because if the digital ledger doesn't process all the information in real time, as some blockchain technologies do, then the service bus just queue the messages until they are fully processed. If you want to get started with this technology, some references here on screen. This architecture for supply chain is fully documented in the Azure Solution Architecture website, and I have personally written my experience in building this application, and it is on the Microsoft Developer Magazine, and you see the URL on screen as well, so you can have a bit of reading on the experience and see how that worked in my case.
Thanks for watching. Hope you find this inspiring, and please get in touch so we can discuss a bit more how supply chain can be automated with trust and automation between machines using IoT and blockchain. Thank you.
In 300 BC, the Via Appia, a famous Roman road, was constructed. Greek and Roman military officers, titled logisticas, used to supply resources. Greek had a term, rochromatics, that discussed material flows. In the year 1206, Genghis Khan had judges for the supply chain and distribution of resources. This close relationship between Industrial Revolution, logistics, and supply chain can trace back to ancient times. It influences one another and drive business to move forward. Industrial revolutions have been progressing along with human history as industrial technology development and economic growth. The first industrial revolution happened during the year 1784 to 1870, which had mechanization, the steam engine, and weaving loom. In the late 19th century, logistics were used in military applications. The supply chain management term was coined for the first time in 1982 by Keith Oliver, a British logistician and consultant. Fast forward until today in 2020, we are at the fourth industrial revolution, Industry 4.0, and of course, Supply Chain 4.0. Welcome to the session of Supply Chain 4.0 and Technology. Thank you for tuning in. I am Jit Hinchman, and I look forward to exploring this subject with you today. We are going to learn about the role of Supply Chain 4.0 and technology, its current state, how to leverage them in your work, and in the end, you can have a clear view of the impact that Supply Chain 4.0 and technology have on your organization and its future. So let's get started. Business around the world across industries have been evolving to monetize forever changing customer demand. The role of innovation and technology in business is to drive growth and improve operations. Supply chain management is the backbone and competitive advantage in business. If organization is a human body, technology is the nervous system, and supply chain management is the bone and connected tissues. And just it has been throughout history, logistic and supply chain management also progress along with businesses and industries. Today, the fourth industrial revolution, or Industry 4.0, is an ideal state of automation manufacturing, an industrial practice using modern smart technology that characterizes in cyber physical system, Internet of Things networks, strong product individualization, and with great flexibility production. Logistic 4.0 is ideal state of future logistics that contains intelligent transportation systems. Supply chain 4.0 is also an ideal state of future supply chain management that characterize total network integration, can leverage all data available to improve and faster decision making. Therefore, the role of Supply Chain 4.0 is the reference that helps transformation to reorganize the traditional linear supply chain models between upstream suppliers to downstream customers. The design and planning, production, distribution, consumption, and reverse logistics stages, using a set of technologies that are known in the Industry 4.0. To overcome the complexity of the traditional linear supply chains, where the flow of products, information, and funds are still moving in a limited direction, one stage at a time between each trading partner. It is too slow to respond and lacking enough visibility to capture real-time demand. Technologies such as identified in Industry 4.0, and especially digital technologies, such as the Internet of Things, big data analytics, 3D printing, advanced autonomous robotics, smart sensors, augmented reality, cloud computing, energy storage, artificial intelligence or machine learning, human and machine interface, cybersecurity, quantum computing are a few examples. Technology has a role as an enabler to help with the transformation from traditional linear supply chains into the total supply chain network integration. The current state of Supply Chain 4.0 and technology vary across industries. Indeed, Supply Chain 4.0 is already here today, but only in the frontier organizations that have the capabilities to deploy the pilot programs. And even in the more advanced economies, the concept is still not equally applied. A recent 2020 survey by HSBC of over 2,600 businesses across 14 countries indicated that 41% of businesses say they will digitize processing and adopt paperless documentation. 21% will utilize 3D printing technology to enable more production on site. The survey also shows that how the business looking ahead 5 years found that 35% of companies plan to increase digitalization, adoption of technology. 33% plan to do more workforce training. 32% want to invest in innovation, research, and development. 31% plan to automate their business. Business and its supply chains are under pressure to invest in new technology to keep up with industry leaders and pace of change in technology, or they risk of falling behind the competition. Not only technology is critical to business continuity, but also a tool to enable cultural change and greater agility. However, pursuing the latest trends or going after shiny new things without alignment or customized to fit the supply chain organization strategy is costly and should not do it without proper planning or clearly define a digital supply chain roadmap. Remember that lack of preparation creates business risk. A study from Gartner indicated that 81% of supply chain leaders say it is challenging to scale new experimental innovation into operational production use. 39% of chief supply chain officers plan to implement but have not started to define a digital supply chain roadmap. Only 47% of companies are actively defining or implementing a digital supply chain roadmap, and 16% can say that their digital initiatives focus on supporting new business model designs over the next 2 years. 74% of top supply chain organizations across industries demonstrated artificial intelligence use cases. 66% of top supply chain organizations have been actively using or exploring advanced analytics capabilities. Business and supply chains are looking to invest in new technologies to enhance their decision-making ability, optimize costs, and meet increasing customer expectations. Adopting the right supply chain technologies help to drive business goals. Supply chain leaders need to have ability to filter out noises and identify solutions relevant to their current and future business needs. Companies cannot execute at speed by intensely pursuing strategies with confidence and focus disciplined without preparation and organized plans. Technology alone is not enough. To survive constant changes and disruption, organizations must be able to flex as the operational environment changes. This requires high-performing executive team, increased organizational critical skills and capabilities to evaluate risk, nurturing the culture of creativity and embracing innovation, speaking accurate data as a language across functions. Large enterprises have more access to capital, more options to invest in new technology. However, its broader geographical operations and cultures make it challenging to adapt quickly to new business models. Considering building new separated identity with new thriving business models can reduce the risk of failing at large. Small and medium-sized companies have the advantage of smaller scale operations that may be lacking capital. Instead of looking at costly enterprise technology, they can consider new solutions by choosing the right partners from new emerging technologies, such as solutions from cloud technologies, blockchain, or other new supply chain technologies that can provide more effective and reasonable investment. Most importantly, companies at all sizes should look into customized solutions that have more flexible capabilities to design and capture both of their current and future business needs as well. It is critical to understand where your business is going in the future and to define what capabilities the supply chains must put in place to meet future business needs. Defining and implementing a digital supply chain roadmap, identify the gap between the current state, plotting a direction and timeline for reaching a desired future state, have active plans and aligning strategies, invest in people and in supply chain talents, technology, process, and nurturing innovative and healthy culture. I hope you enjoyed the session and keep thriving towards your ideal supply chain 4.0 and technology in your work. I would like to encourage you to start where you are, regardless how long the road may seem. It's never too late, and I wish you much success and happiness. If I can help answering any question you may have, please feel free to reach out to me directly or any team member of the Ditech Media. Thanks again for joining us.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. My name is Carolina Cipres. I'm Director of Research at Zaragoza Logistics Center, and I'm going to talk about how to move from a digital to a physical internet for a seamless future in logistics. Just a bit of background on Zaragoza Logistics Center, the entity that I belong to. It's a research and educational institute on supply chain management and logistics. It was created 15 years ago by the government of Aragon, and it's affiliated to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in US, and also to the University of Zaragoza in Aragon, Spain. So what I wanted to explain you today is the physical internet. And before explaining the situation now and what the future is going to look like, I wanted to show you a bit of background. And this all goes back to 2005, when the supply chain collaboration started to happen, because this is the building block for physical internet, as we will see later. And it all started with horizontal collaboration. So collaboration among different supply chains instead of vertical collaboration as it used to happen within a supply chain. After that, after 2005, the name was found in 2007, the physical internet name, and it appeared in the physical internet manifesto later on. And the different projects in France and in US started to appear. Later on, companies such as Procter & Gamble adopted the concept as well. And in 2013, the European Technology Platform in Logistics, ALICE, was created, and also their vision lies in the physical internet concept. After that, the physical internet paradigm has evolved not only at academic level with different papers, but also at industry level with different initiatives, not only in terms of projects, but in terms of new companies appearing and implementing the physical internet, or partially. So what is the physical internet? We've been talking about the physical internet, but really what is the physical internet? In fact, the name, it's a metaphor because the physical internet mimics the way that the digital internet works. What does it mean? In internet, we have data flowing through the open web and going through different servers. And we as users do not care how this data is being transported, bundled, and through which servers this data is going through. We only care that we have access to this data, we are receiving this email, etc. What will happen if logistics would be the same, right? So in physical internet, we will have freight moving seamlessly through an open network that will have different nodes, hyper-connected nodes, and the merchandise will go through these different nodes depending on the optimal decisions that could be taken on real time. And for that, we will need everything to be sensorized to have real-time information. And also we could decide on real time the transport mode we would like to use for optimal solutions. But this is going to happen, we will be blind to those decisions as a user because we just care that the freight arrives to the destination. So all these decisions will be done in the framework of the physical internet as it will be open and hyper-connected, and we will be able to do so. What is the result of a concept like this? First of all, cost savings, because we can take optimal decisions at any given time, and we don't have constraints in terms of accessibility because the network is open, but also in terms of sustainability, because optimizing the network and moving to the best transport mode, bundling freight together leads to lower emissions, and therefore this is a concept calling for sustainability in logistics. In fact, as I was mentioning, physical internet is going to be a supply network using horizontal and vertical collaboration and simpler interfaces. And what is the vision for physical internet? First of all, optimal use of assets and infrastructure. As mentioned, we can access different nodes, different warehouses that may lie as the optimal solution at a given time. Also bundle freight together to share a track because different freight from different shippers are going to the same destination. So this is also resource sharing. We will be sharing this track or this warehouse, and then open integrated networks. We can access a warehouse that can be publicly owned, or it can be owned by my competitor, and in this given time, it makes sense that the freight is storing in this warehouse, right? So that's also the possibilities that this open network gives. And this leads to the physical internet, as mentioned. What are the facilitators? What do we need for this to happen? First hand, we need secure information sharing. For this to be a reality, we need to have information at all given times of all the possibilities of the open network to take the decisions. And for that, all of us need to share information, and we need that to be secure, to trust the system and be willing to share this information. But also we need a system of modular logistics units, because we need transshipment to be efficient. We need to be able to move freight from one transport mode to the other through different transshipment nodes. And for this to happen, we need standardized modular units that help us to do so seamlessly. This is not only a concept that we are discussing about as appeared in the Physical Internet Manifesto. There are also companies that are starting to adopt this as the vision for the logistics in the future. And you can see here several images from Mercedes-Benz, how they envision physical internet in the future. In the first photograph above, you can see all different transport modes that they envision, even drones. In the second photograph in the left, you can see that they have a dedicated lane for autonomous driving. So it's also part of the future that they are embedding in the physical internet vision. And in the other photo, you can see the result. And the result is less congested cities, because we are so efficiently optimizing logistics during all the network and all the different flows, that the cities are less congested, because the optimization is leading to this optimal urban distribution, right? So this is the vision that Mercedes-Benz has. But also the European Technology Platform in Logistics, ALICE, that I mentioned before, that was created in 2013, adopted this as the vision for the future in logistics. And for those who are not familiar, the European technology platforms were created by the European Commission several years ago in different sectors and also in different transport modes, to gather industry and academia in a specific area, a specific sector, and determine the innovation needs from that sector, but led by industry, to make sure that the research and innovation needs were driven by industry. This was so for many sectors and many transport modes, but till 2013, there was no European technology platform for logistics and supply chain management, because this is horizontal, so it's not a sector in itself. But there was a gap. This was not covered, and there are supply chain research and innovation areas that were not being tackled, because research was focused only on a sector, only on a transport mode. So this came to answer this need for horizontal approach to supply chain innovation. And ALICE, this European Technology Platform in Logistics, adopted physical internet as their vision. And the role of ALICE is actually to deliver the research and innovation agenda for Europe in logistics. So the fact that they have adopted physical internet as their vision really means that the logistics innovation towards the future is going to have physical internet in mind, and all the developments, all the research needed to reach that vision. What ALICE did was to start thinking of how to reach this vision. They set a goal for zero emission for 2050, in line with the European Commission goals, and therefore, previous to that, have physical internet as a reality by 2040. And they set intermediate goals and also establish the developments that should happen in different areas. In this regard, at the beginning of Alice's work, they grouped the areas in terms of topics. So they had sustainable, safe, and secure supply chains, corridors, hub, and synchron modality, internet system, information systems for interconnected logistics, global supply chain network coordination and collaboration, and also the urban logistics, right? For the distribution at urban level, because without that, we don't have all the logistics solved. So that is what they did at the beginning. But they also wanted to create a roadmap towards this physical internet. What do we have to do to arrive to this roadmap? And for doing that, they did a survey among the shippers and the logistics service operators and also academia that are behind Alice platform to understand what was the requirements for this physical internet to be a reality in the future. First of all, they asked about the necessary technical developments, and for sure, one of the things was these modular units to be a reality, because we are talking about transshipment, we are talking about how to do that seamlessly, but we need the modular units to be a reality, right? Also the nodes today are not sensorized as we were describing, so we cannot take real-time decisions on the nodes, and that is a development that needs to happen for the future. But also data sharing, not only in terms of data sharing itself, but also interoperability, so systems can talk to each other seamlessly as well. And for that, standardization, right? What they also realize is that not only with technical developments we can achieve the physical internet vision, because there is a transition needed. And this transition is in terms of business models, but also of governance models. When we talk about business models, indeed, what we are talking about is cost and value sharing, how this open network is going to work, how are companies going to share costs and savings that they are going to have using this physical internet. We need business models to support that. Also, how to enable collaboration with competitors, because we may realize that makes sense to bundle freight with my competitor, but we need to be able to do so, and anti-competition rules may hinder that. So we need that to change for the physical internet paradigm. But also in terms of governance, and we were talking about a neutral entity, because I'm going to share all my data, and maybe I don't want my competitor to know that, right? Or I cannot do it even. So having a neutral entity, having access to all this information could be a way of enabling governance in such an open network. And also the survey led to what are the barriers and the drivers for the physical internet to become a reality. Data sharing, as appeared in technological developments, also appeared as a barrier, more in terms of the unwillingness to do so. So the culture is not lean on, it's not keen on data sharing, right? And in order to avoid that, the vulnerability that data sharing brings, there should be work on cybersecurity to protect this data sharing. But also the role of the governments in such a system. Will they be supporting this system? Will they be active part in these systems, or even will they become the neutral entity that we were discussing about previously? So all this uncertainty is also a barrier for the physical internet to be a reality. But what are the drivers? First, have business cases. Companies say, okay, show me the money. Show me what are the savings, what are the profit, what are the gains that I can have by moving to this new paradigm, and then I may follow. So having business cases, successful business cases to show, not only in terms of simulation, but real life implementations of different companies is going to smooth the path for this to happen, right? But also a sustainability-driven society, with the European Commission launching the Green Deal, all initiatives that are going to move towards sustainability are going to be in line with this new policy. So it's very nice moment for new paradigm as the physical internet to appear. Also, the younger generation is very familiar with the sharing economy concept. They are familiar with the crowdsourcing in their daily lives. So this generation coming to the labor market in the near future is also a driver for the physical internet concept to be a reality, because they will be familiar with that and they will adapt very easily to that in their work life, right? So what did Alice after that? Okay, with this survey, we have insights on what are the technological developments, the transition needed, the barriers, the drivers. But now we want to launch an actual roadmap towards the physical internet for reaching that goal in 2040, right? And in order to do so, they have created 5 areas and 5 generations. And the first generation just ends this year, so it started in 2015 till 2020. And the next generations from 1 to 4 are 5-year generations to reach out the 2040 goal of physical internet. So the areas that the physical internet is going to focus on to reach this roadmap for 2040, first of all, are the nodes, the physical internet nodes. And one of the things that they are going to have to happen for physical internet to be a reality is also to add added value services to the nodes. And we can think of customization happening at the nodes, or even having customs at the nodes. So different roles that we can add to the physical nodes that can bring more value. And that is one of the ways to go for the nodes. Also, when we are talking about the physical internet services, not only in terms of routing algorithms to dynamically reroute the algorithms to have the optimal solution for routing, but also take into account synchromodality. We were discussing that we will now have real-time information on the nodes, and we will know which transport mode is available at any given time, so we can take synchromodal decisions. Synchromodality means having real-time decisions on modes, right? So that is one of the services that the physical internet network can offer. In terms of governance as well, we were discussing the role of the governments, but also governance in this regard means rights and responsibilities. So in an open network as such, we are discussing what happens if the freight is damaged or if it's stolen, lost. Who is responsible for that? Who was the owner of the freight at any given time, right? And that has to be clear beforehand, and it's not straightforward. So we have to work on these governance systems that are going to allow that at any given time, rights and responsibilities are clear. So it's also a building block for the physical internet to be a reality. Without that, we just have the developments, the technical developments, but it's not going to work. And talking about that, we consider one of the areas to be access and adoption, because there is a mental shift needed for this to happen, for the generations to understand and adopt this concept. It's not straightforward, and this can be done through educating humans and also investing in mind shift skills to have generations that can easily adapt to changes, right? So as has happened now, but to have that embedded into their system to be able to adapt to changes. And access and adoption is indeed key for this to be a reality, because we can have all the developments, we can have governance and business models, but if there is not willingness to do that, it's not going to become a reality. And in order to do so, we also consider that awareness raising is part of that, and that happens with lectures of this today, where we share this with different industry and academia members. And finally, the fifth area is the system level functionality. And this has more to do with all the virtualization of the supply chain. As we are going to be totally connected, hyper-connected, we need supply chains to be totally virtualized for this to be a reality. That's right. So this is the fifth area. So that was the the areas that the roadmap is covering. But this is not only a theoretical concept. There are already physical internet initiatives in place. It started in 2015, as I showed you before, the Generation Zero from 2015 to 2020. So if we look at 2015, there was a simulation done by Carrefour and Casino with 100 of their top suppliers. As you can see in the left, their current flows was hyper number of flows. So after doing a simulation on the physical internet, they have hyper-connected flows and reducing very much the number of flows. And if they even add rail transport to the equation, so they can shift freight from road to rail, the number of flows decreases even more, right? And this led this simulation to 32% cost savings and 60% emission reduction. It's only a simulation in this sense, but it showed the potential for the physical internet. But it does not end here. Since 2015 till now, in this last 5 years, different initiatives have appeared around the physical internet implementation. We have grouped them around these 5 areas in the roadmap, and you can see different examples here. There are startups, there are big companies incorporating physical internet concepts into their operations. There are also projects, some of them funded by the European Commission. So for instance, in terms of the physical internet nodes, we have the open warehouse environment that is done by ES3. Or in terms of the governance, we have Flexe for open networks warehouses as well. But in terms of access and adoption, we have a project funded by the European Commission called ICONET that is also having business cases behind. And as mentioned before, having business cases is going to be one of the drivers for physical internet to happen, right? So this is just some examples of initiatives, implementations, real-life implementations that are happening now in physical internet for you to see that this is going to now starting to be a reality. So thank you so much. That was all from my side, and you can contact me, reach me at this email in the slide. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening based on wherever you are. And welcome to the International Conference in Supply Chain Management and Fulfillment Solutions 2020. I want to first of all thank you all for joining from different parts of the world today and hope you are all keeping safe amidst the COVID situation. My name's Jay Chauhan and I work as a Senior Category Manager in IBM Procurement Services. And I want to give you a little background about myself. And the first thing I'm going to say is I'm very passionate about cognitive procurement. I am currently working at IBM Procurement Consulting and Services, and I work with global clientele to address priority CPO issues related to A, competitive agility, which is profitability interventions around cost of goods sold and SG&A expense line. And most of my work is focused on the indirect cost. B, operating model, which is shaping departmental strategies, transformation roadmaps, uplifting people and processes. And C, digital strategy, reinventing operations with design thinking and future-proof capabilities through advanced technologies such as RPA and blockchain. I'm delighted to be presenting here today on the topic, cognitive procurement in COVID era. And in my opinion, the CPO title should turn into cognitive procurement officers. Before I begin, the guidance for today is that this session will be recorded for the sake of overall logistics and management, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you have on the LinkedIn forums. So without further ado, let's start. Next slide. There you go. So we have an action-packed agenda for the next 15 minutes where we'll talk about multiple things. First, we'll talk about some of the CPO surveys that was done by ProcureCon. What are the key CPO imperatives? And that'll be part of the introduction. Before we move on to what exactly is cognitive procurement. And we'll talk a little bit about cognitive procurement. We'll talk about what's the difference between traditional and cognitive. And the third, we'll talk about what are our options exactly? What are some of the key pillars in the transformation? And how do you make sure that you're choosing the right cognitive technology? Finally, we'll talk about the best practices. We'll talk about what are some of the barriers to adoption. And we'll ultimately talk about what is my recommendation for the organization to adopt cognitive. So moving on to the next slide. Now, before we jump into some of the heavy lifting topics, I wanted to show you some statistics. And this is gathered from a survey done by ProcureCon, and it's called CPO 2020 survey, conducted in 2020 with a number of CPOs. And I found it very interesting. So let's look at some of the numbers here. The first number is 89% of CPO respondents are planning on increasing the proportion of automated processes within the procurement department. Now, let me tell you, this is a significantly high number. And it just shows how CPOs are trying to make their procurement departments more efficient, and they're trying to automate more and more. And this correlates to the other statistics, which says around 3/4 of the CPO respondents, which means essentially 75% of them, will have automated at least half of their procurement processes, suggesting that automation is a top find for CPOs. This is again very important, which shows that automation is a key priority. Finally, half of the CPO respondents agree that AI and machine learning generated insights are taking a progressive role within their organization. These are all very interesting data points, and it just shows that cognitive procurement is already here and things are about to begin. Next slide, please. So there were some other surveys that were done by Everest Group Research, and from the survey, it found that there were some key CPO imperatives in 2020. What are these imperatives? The first one is tackling rising procurement costs. What does that mean? It means that due to the rapidly changing consumer demands, we have complex business requirements, and this in turn increases the cost of procurement processes. In addition, there is a lack of streamlined process. Different regions follow a different process. And to make things worse, we also have low digitalization as well as scarcity of talent, which are increasing the overall cost of operations. So this is not a good scenario. And obviously CPOs are thinking about it. The next one is minimizing risks. Now CPOs have to deal with multiple risks, both internal and external. Internal risks are manufacturing delays, shortage of materials, and external risks are supplier performance, natural disasters, price volatility, etc., etc. COVID-19 was something nobody had envisaged, and this has come out to be a major problem. So external factors are quite uncertain, and these risks are further complicating procurement functions and lengthening the decision cycles. The third one is shortening lead times. This is important. As I said, decision-making processes are increasing because of the complexities, and these challenges have a direct effect on production and it impacts business output, increasing problems for the CPOs. The fourth is driving collaboration with suppliers. Now, all the growing regulatory and quality pressures are straining supplier relationships. However, enterprises' expectations from their supplier are moving significantly beyond cost and risk management. Why? Because supplier-enabled innovation is becoming more of a part of business strategy. Now, when organizations focus more and more on their core competencies, they are relying more and more on their suppliers. And that supplier innovation has to be channeled through the business strategy for an organization to be successful. The fifth is spend visibility, which means how do we enhance spend visibility? Because there are issues with disparate data sources, there is limited digitalization, and there is significant manual intervention, which limits the visibility into spend data. From an IT perspective, there is a lot of like hidden or shadow spend, which also needs to be tackled. So CPO's ability to streamline the process and driving savings is directly related to the spend visibility they have in the organization. And finally, optimizing working capital. This is of prime importance as we have seen in COVID. Many businesses are facing cash flow problems, requiring procurement functions to streamline their payment cycles. We also need to reduce early and excess payments and help optimize working capital by collaborating with the finance teams and ultimately saving cash for worsening situations. So all these are key CPO imperatives that I want you to keep at the back of your mind for the rest of the presentation, because we want to see how cognitive procurement can help tackle some of these. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what exactly is cognitive procurement? So let's talk about that for a little bit. Now, when you look at the overall source to pay process, we see that there have been like some challenges in these processes, and finally figured that technology, specifically cognitive technologies, can help overcome some of these challenges. And I want to begin with the first one, which is demand management. Now, demand management has obviously been quite tricky, especially with external factors. So with cognitive, the benefit is that you can get real-time demand forecasting with internal and external intelligence. So let's assume a scenario where you can accurately predict what's going to be a demand for the next month through all the different data points that are coming from internal as well as external intelligence. You can streamline your manufacturing that way. You can save on cash. You can minimize your risks, basically taking care of all the data, all the challenges that we were talking about in the previous slide. The next one is catalog and contract management. AI-driven contract authoring, approval, and compliance management. We are talking about machine learning and the ability to go through different layers of contracts. Nobody likes to read contracts, in my opinion. And if you have to go through each of these contracts, they're like specific languages that is simply not possible for a human to go through thousands and thousands of pages of contract and identify what are the gaps. But using AI, we can do that. The next one is sourcing and category intel. Now, dynamic price prediction, if we have the ability to do so with game theory and machine learning, that can be a real game changer because you can accurately predict the optimal price and then negotiate with your suppliers on that. This will help increase savings tremendously. Scenario analysis. If you can do dynamic what-if analysis and actionable insights, you can align your negotiations that way. You know what will happen if this and this happens, and you'll be able to better predict outcomes. Requisition to pay. Intelligent recommendations that allow users to find and buy anytime and anywhere. This is of prime importance because a lot of this also goes with the compliance part of it. So if you have intelligent recommendations, you will be able to find what's going to be the most compliant product that I can buy. The next one is supply lifecycle management, which is self-serve based supplier onboarding and dynamic performance evaluation. And we have solutions available in the blockchain space, which collaborate supplier onboarding process for multiple companies at the same time and saves tremendously on the repetitive effort that the supplier has to go through on these companies, as well as on the purchasing organization's behalf. They don't have to go through the process if the supplier information changes. So this saves tremendous costs and efforts. Quality and returns management, automatic acceptance and returns with computer vision and robotic automation. Again, this is an automation focused area where tactical part of or manual intervention can be reduced. And the final most important point is the extended risk management. You can have proactive supply chain risk mitigation insights with recommended alternatives. So let's give you an example. In case of COVID, nobody had exactly predicted the supply chain routes or the airlines, what's going to exactly happen. And if I take this further, some of the natural disasters like hurricanes, etc. If you have the ability to exactly look and see how the supply chains are getting impacted, you can be sure that you will be able to go through it. Next slide, please. Traditional versus cognitive. I'm going to be very quick on these ones because the difference you find is instead of reactive supplier management, in cognitive you will have proactive supplier management. Instead of multiple procurement touch points, you will have minimal touch points. Too many processes, touchless process on the cognitive side. And similarly, limited consideration of market risk in traditional versus comprehensive risk management in the cognitive procurement world. So the results are tremendous by transforming your organization into a cognitive procurement one. Next slide, please. So what does cognitive actually means? What are the key pillars, right? Let's talk about that. The first one is smart sourcing. As I was saying, generating supplier intelligence can help you in vendor selection, and it also offers you real-time price benchmarking, which can help you negotiate the suppliers in a better way. The second is intelligent purchasing. There are purchasing virtual agents that can guide you to the right compliant decisions and give you policy adherence as well as guidelines and recommendations. The third is proactive vendor management, which is real-time monitoring of vendor performance and automated handling of vendor communications. The final is touchless invoicing, which is using invoice data captured through OCR, and it predicts and evaluates overdue invoices and trigger alerts. So a lot of invoice reconciliation can be minimized through this. Next slide, please. The question comes, how do you choose the right cognitive technologies? And let me tell you, different parts of the source to pay process have different levels of applicability. And this is why this slide becomes important, because you can exactly see, for example, robotic process automation can further automate transactional activities, in the procure to invoice space. We have purchase order creations. Robots can take care of that and allow procurement team to focus more on judgment incentive tasks, which are more towards the source to contract space. Analytics can provide deeper insights and consequently smarter decisions. You see, machine learning allows computers to perceive process scenarios, analyze and understand collected information, recognize possible problems, make informed decisions, and take appropriate actions, all of which significantly does not involve the procurement team. So it allows the procurement team to focus on strategic stuff. Next slide, please. Now, what are the barriers to adoption? The first barrier is obviously data, right? You would think cognitive procurement can positively impact procurement process in so many ways. So why aren't so many enterprises adopting it? And the answer is because it's complex. And the first one, as I was saying, is data. There is limited data availability, and even if it's available, it's not captured, or even if it's captured, it's unstructured. The next is process. Too many processes, decentralized procurement processes across geographies, frequent changes and adjustments just complicates the whole situation. Third is people. Finding and retaining talent. There is a supply-demand gap, as I was talking earlier. Significant change and transition management is also involved. And the final is technology. Legacy investments is a bottleneck. People are not able to find the right solutions. And there is no reference in the industry, so it just impedes adoption. Finally, what is our recommendation here? We think that in order to have a successful cognitive implementation, there has to be a gradual move to digital maturity. It cannot be like a lift and shift approach. And so you need to have a planned approach, get stakeholder buy-in, create an implementation roadmap, and start with a pilot project. So you start small and then go big afterwards. You have to have a clear data management strategy. Identify your data sources, capture and processing plans, and then define the security levels. Technology support is also essential because you need to have like computing power and infra upgrade for such technology support. Finally, before you go out for an enterprise rollout, you need to establish PMO and timelines, and you need to partner with consultants or procurement service providers such as IBM who can help you in this journey with spatial abilities and the talent and people. And it reduces your upfront costs and minimize your challenges related to technology knowledge, domain expertise, and talent. Finally, you need to future ready your employees with training. And this is what I really like. You have to incorporate agile mindset. You innovate like a startup and you scale like an enterprise. Successful global organizations have realized that procurement is one of their most critical business functions, and it's about time CPOs realize the transformative power of cognitive that will elevate procurement further. With that, we have come to an end to our presentation. I hope you received some value out of today's event and had a few key takeaways. Please reach out to me on LinkedIn personally and on forums in case of any questions. I look forward to chatting with you. I also want to thank the DITEC Media Group for giving me this opportunity and organizing this wonderful event. I personally want to thank Dimitar for setting up the agenda. I want to thank the other speakers, and I want to thank you, the audience, for giving your time and efforts in this journey. I wish you all the best for the rest of the event and hope you keep safe and look forward to chatting with you. Thank you. Bye.
Hello everyone, I'm super excited to be a part of this great event, the International Conference on Supply Chain Management and Fulfillment Solutions. My name is Shuaibu Clement. I'm the Transport and Distribution Manager at NigerBev Limited, makers of best whiskey and other non-alcoholic beverages in Nigeria. I'll be discussing with you with a topic titled Building Global Logistics Using Digital Transformations. In treating this particular subject, I'll be looking at it under some few subheadings. I'll be looking at the definition of digital transformation in logistics. First of all, we will explore what digital transformation in logistics is all about, and then we'll go further to discuss about the benefits of digital transformations in logistics, and then we'll go ahead also to look at the building blocks for digital transformation in logistics, the approach to digital transformation in logistics, and then to crown it all up, we'll be looking at I'll be sharing with you my industry experience over the few couple of years I've been in practice, basically back here in Nigeria, what it's like to be a logistics professional, and how and to share with you the impact of technology in solving logistics related issues. Also, I'm also going to be sharing with you some of the barriers and the bottlenecks that will actually distort the free flow of global digital transformation in logistics and supply chain management. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you once again, and I'd like to appreciate you for having me out here. I'd like to appreciate you for taking out your time here to be a part of this global showpiece. First of all, we're going to take things really slowly, but we're going to be taking them one at a time. I'd like to take your mind, or I'd like you to cast your mind back to the way information was being processed like in the early 80s and in the 90s. Compare the way information was processed in those times and the way information is being processed right now in the current times that we have found ourselves in. You will agree with me there has been a massive change, a massive rate of speed in information sharing, information gathering, information dissemination. This evolution with technology in logistics has gone to its highest peak now. What that simply tells you that whether you are in the trucking industry, or you are dealing with air freight, or you are dealing with e-commerce, these elements of speed, these elements of fast delivery with the aid of technology have come here to stay. It is what the whole world has finally come to accept. It is what is obtainable virtually almost everywhere in every part of the world. That is what is obtainable. Basically, you can order for an item online, and then you can actually be able to measure the time that item is going to take to get to your doorsteps. So that is the level of the evolution in digital transformation in logistics and supply chain management. The big industry players in logistics and supply chain management have been able to tap into the resources of digital technology in advancing their services, giving their customers top-notch customer service. Their customer service retention rate is extremely very high because of the adoption of these digital tools. Most of my interactions with you are going to be they're practical based, because logistics is not a straight line, but basically logistics is not a straight line, in as much as it's time bound and it's measurable and all that. So basically, digital transformation in logistics refers to radical changes using new technology to make things very easy. Basically, it refers to approaches that technologies has adopted in making deliveries, distribution of products globally, making it much more easier. All of these businesses are transacted via the internet, and because of the evolvement of technology over the few couple of years, a lot of things have been done over the internet. Alright, I'm going to be sharing with you some of the building blocks that are instrumental in achieving digital transformation in supply chain management and logistics, and I'll just call them out. The first points to note is the strategy and culture. Strategy and culture in one. Strategy and culture. The second is technology, adoption of technology. And when I mean technology, the speed in which you are actually trying to process your information. Those are elements that are actually very key, and they are very vital. And the third one is the data analytics. That has to do with the usable data that has been generated from all the operations that you're actually, from your operations, basically, the interpretation of those data, what it means, the effect of those data to your business. Is it adding any value to your business? Are you making sales? Are you meeting the set targets? You know, so and then the last but not the least is customers satisfaction, customers engagement, customers retention. So first off, I'm going to be sharing with you some of the building blocks that are instrumental in achieving digital transformation in logistics and supply chain management. One of such building blocks is the business strategy and the culture. Every business, every enterprise, every industry survives on strategy and the culture, the practice, the policies that guide the way that organization is supposed to operate. First of all, organizations that succeed basically must have visionary leaders, people that can actually be able to see beyond the now, people that are seeing the future. So an industry that is plagued with leaders that really do not have that vision or that projections to this future, that business is most likely going to crumble, in the sense that by the time there's an evolution and things begin to take a different shape, if that industry is not, or if that company is not well positioned to be able to compete favorably with the existing protocols, it means within a short period of time they're definitely going to find themselves way out of business. So what is very key in achieving digital transformation in logistics and supply chain management is the strategy and the culture, the body language of management, the body language of the leaders of any industry must be focused on developing talents so that they can actually be able to meet up with the expectations of what the industry standard is all about. Another building block that I would like us to actually look into is the customer's experience and engagement. In building digital transformation in the logistics sector, you must be focused on making your customers happy, because that is the whole essence. The waiting time for customers' orders to be processed has to be reduced to the barest minimum. Your customers must have confidence in your process. Your customers must have the belief that your process is structured such that it can actually be able to take care of their needs and fulfill their needs in no record time. So basically, as an enterprise that you are focused in using digital tools in satisfying the needs of your customers, you definitely have to have all of this at the back of your mind. A happy customer will always come back to place more orders, but a disgruntled customer will not return back. So you must have that focus at the back of your mind. But for you to be able to retain your customers, there has to be consistencies in your service deliveries. You must be able to take care of your customers' queries, their doubts, their questions. So you must be able to produce a robust system that provides information for your customers at every time whenever they have queries. All of these queries are attended to. When they have orders, their orders are being serviced as at when due. Complaints are treated with confidentiality. These are things that actually make customers to always want to come back to. These are things that will always make a customer want to come back and do business with you, basically. So this digital tool enables you to be able to meet up with your expectations, and it helps you to be able to retain your customers. Another building block for digital transformation in logistics and supply chain management is the use of technology. First of all, there are so many ERPs. There are so many ERPs out there. So basically, these ERPs provide a robust system that enables you to be able to track whatever it is you're actually doing, regardless of the industry that you found yourself. These ERP are very, very effective. They're very, very efficient. So you also need to understand, you need to find a way of looking for something that suits your business, because there are some of them that are quite expensive, and there are some that are, based on the scale of your business, that you can actually be able to afford. So in adopting an ERP for your enterprise or for your organization, you need to understand the cost implications, because it's something that it's not one of the payment system. Most of the ERPs that I know and the ones that I've used, Payment is not one-off because there will always be a need for support. There will be need for development because as your business is growing, there will be need to incorporate some other or enable some other features that you don't necessarily need when you are starting out the business. So that aspect of technology and the choice of your hardware, the choice of your hardware too basically plays out a major role, and the choice of your internet connectivity, the choice of your internet connectivity too. It matters to your business because in the part of the world where I come from, Nigeria, we are used to consistent fluctuations in our internet connectivity. Yeah, first of all, we are still running on 4G. There are some countries that are already on 5G, but I'm not saying that it's always true in all cases, but 4G sometimes there's a lot of disruptions, there's a lot of, so basically you must all put that at the back of your mind because it's something that you need to plan it out, and then you also need to ensure that you have the necessary resources to be able to sustain the process. Logistics and supply chain management activities are time bound. They are situational. There are times that things will always have an ugly upturn. You need to be able to be on top of the game. Like I can share with you one of my experiences during the COVID-19 outbreak. It's still there. It's not like as if it's completely gone, but thank God the situation is getting better. It wasn't as terrible as it was before. So I found myself in the industry where we are into manufacture and the distribution of soft drinks as well as alcoholic drinks. And during the COVID-19 period, trust me, during that period, it was terrible, because you will find out that the law enforcement agencies, they will tell you that drinks are not essential goods, they are not essential commodities. And what that simply basically tells you that they're just sending a message across to you, being from the part of this world that we really are. Engaged resourceful haulage partners like the likes of Kobo 360. Lastly, I'd like to share with you my experiences in the industry. Logistics is a wonderful profession. Basically, if you want to learn, you will learn. There is always an avenue to learn, but in your learning, you need to be able to bring your head really down. You need to really calm down. There are a lot of things that when you are practicing that somebody might not necessarily come out to tell you that this is the way this is done, but if you read between the lines, you'll see things clear. So long as you have an avenue, you are in the industry, just calm down. You will get all the necessary infos. If you pick something like during my journey, how I evolved during my journey in practice, what I just simply do is, first of all, I've got a diary. I'm interested. I want to understand what procurement is all about. I want to understand transport and logistics. Basically, it's all about. So oftentimes, if I'm not relating with somebody who's in procurement, I'm relating with somebody who's in transport or somebody who's in the warehousing. And most of the time, when I have such opportunities, I'm always discussing your work. I want to understand your work, and then I want to understand if there's a better way you can actually be able to do this job and still achieve the kind of results that you're actually getting. So if I'm interfacing with somebody in the warehouse, because I'm coming from the transport background, right? I can actually easily relate because I know the process. When the sales order drops, I do my bits. It goes to the guys in the warehouse, and then the way bills are issued, the truck is loaded, invoicing, and then we track till final deliveries and get a confirmation that the customer has received his goods. But that doesn't just end there. You also need to, if it's a third party partner that you have engaged, you also need to find a way of actually making sure that those invoices, those guys actually get their monies, as at when due, basically, because everything is time bound. So at every point in time, if you're not interfacing with the guys in the warehouse, you are interfacing with the guys in procurement, and procurement could be local, it could be foreign. But I thank you guys. It's been wonderful spending my time out here, sharing my thoughts and experience in my logistics journey. the European Digital Week. I will keep entertaining your questions. Do not just allow this relationship just to end up here. You can send me messages and let's continue the discussions from there. I believe we have learned from ourselves or have shared our thoughts, and I believe I'll be hearing from a couple of other people who are going to be sharing their experiences in their logistics journey so that we can all partner together. Thank you so much for having me out here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angelo Del Porto. I'm the Deputy Vice President for Supply Chain in UK, Ireland and Benelux for a company called dormakaba. dormakaba is an access control company, global, around about 16,000 employees across about 160 odd countries, about 3 billion Swiss francs in turnover, listed on the Swiss Stock Exchange, and probably about number 2 or 3 in the industry globally. In terms of size and reach. As a company, we do access control, like I said, and access control is kind of in the name is the giveaway. It's really about how do you manage the flow of people in different environments and settings, and our equipment is what will aid that, whether that be revolving doors or whether it be doors with keys and cylinders, whether it be automatic boarding gates. That's where you'll find our products. So a wide range of industries that we would service, anything from airports to hotels to office developments, and even being used by end users in their houses and things such as that. So the picture you can see there is our big picture from our company. Really our aspirations and our foundations and our strategic pillars are laid out there, what our culture is all about and what we try and achieve. So I thought I'd share that with you. But I'm going to talk to you today about driving supply chain optimization and employee engagement, really through the control tower methodology that we try to instill, and also the use of collaborative platforms. And it's quite apt considering, in the UK, we're starting to come out of a lot of the lockdown restrictions that we've had as a result of the COVID pandemic. And this conference is a testament to some of those collaborative platforms. This presentation is being filmed on Microsoft Teams, which is the platform that we're using in our business as well. And the conference is all virtual. So, the technology exists out there for us to be collaborative and still to be kind of interactive and moving things forward, even when we can't be face to face. So if we get into the presentation, I wanted to give you a little bit of a sense about dormakaba in the UK and Ireland, and really what kicked off the control tower methodology for us. So as you can see, we've got about 14 business areas in total. We've got a presence in Ireland, 6 service and 1 security branch. We've got 4 trade counters littered across the country. We have a head office down in Tiverton. We have 1 in Hitchin, and we've got about 514 odd employees, 500 odd employees. But as you can see, in terms of the geographical spread, everything from the southwest up into Scotland, Ireland, and in between. So a lot of different sites, a lot of different strategic setups in those sites, trying to accomplish different things. So important for us to have a handle on each of those and be able to deal with them. Like I said, around about 500 people in country, and our turnover was around about 80 odd million for 2018-2019. We felt that we had to go down the route of control tower methodology for a reason. We've got quite a small staff within the supply chain, 90 odd people, 80, 90 odd people for all supply chain functions. And I want to give you a sense of the different functions that we have in the supply chain that's under my remit, because it's quite wide ranging and really, again, forms the basis of the whole control tower methodology and the reasoning. We have a supply chain administration department. They really are around to support our operational structures and provide them with the administrative backing that they need, so that our operational teams aren't bogged down in admin. They can hand that off to the administration department, who then themselves are driving improvements, continuous improvement projects or step change projects in terms of how do we streamline our administration, how do we make it more electronic based, how do we, whatever they think is the right thing to do to improve efficiency. We have a fleet department where we're running around about 180 vans, 150 odd vehicles. Our service department is the vast majority of our vans, as well as our project installation engineers. So quite a big fleet for the size of the business, and a big spend in the business, a big cost base. And a lot of what we've put into place with our control tower methodology, that kind of engagement of staff using our collaborative platforms, has meant that over the last 12 months, the previous financial year, that we've come in around about £250,000 under budget. Now that was pre-COVID. With COVID, that will be even more. So, a substantial improvement, and I think a testament to the things that we've done. A manufacturing engineering department looking after all of our machinery within our different assembly and production environments. Whether we need to be investing in new machinery, TPM on the machines, developing fixturing, looking at ways that we can bring new products onto those machines, all of that kind of stuff. Coordination department, they are there to grease the wheels between the different supply chain departments, as well as other departments within the business. They might be working on customization projects one day for a customer who's looking to customize a specific product so that it's more tailor-made for them, so that they can be more competitive in their market, to looking at our inventory holdings for customers and internally for ourselves, what's slow moving, what's moving nicely, that kind of stuff. They've been instrumental in helping put into place our inventory strategy to kind of support the whole Brexit environment and transition period, and make sure that we don't see any issues. There's a consistency of supply for our customers, and that's kind of helped us as well through the pandemic. We have a freight department. Again, one of the bigger contributors cost in the business, and again through this methodology of control tower structures and collaborative platforms and that engagement, they too have seen around about a £250,000 improvement on budget over the last financial year, again pre-COVID. So it's a really nice outcome to see. A small order processing department within the supply chain for some of our products. And again, they're all about getting those orders onto the system really quickly, smoothly, cleanly, making sure that we're liaising with customers when we want to see the right kind of information coming through. Can they get it? Can they give it to us? And then getting that translated into our production environments quickly. In Hitchin, we have a facilities management team looking after that site, one of the biggest sites, everything from fixing a light bulb to painting to sorting out plumbing to liaising with contractors on site. They have a logistics department in Hitchin as well, the standard traditional dispatch goods in, and a reverse logistics element, so all of the returns and repairs. Purchasing department in the UK, roughly about £60 million worth of spend that they look after. A lot of that is group spend for group products that we're trying to buy in and sell, but obviously external suppliers as well. And that will also be around the strategic procurement side, so savings, cost avoidance, really important as well. In Tiverton, our other major site, we've got a facilities management team there, really large grounds that we have there. So that, again, same principle as in Hitchin. As with logistics, a logistics department in Tiverton looking after dispatch, goods in, and all of the reverse logistics. Then we have a 2-3 man department in quality and environment, so looking after all of our ISO registrations, 14001, 9001, all of the other certifications and standards that go with running a business of our size and our nature, and also quite instrumental in making sure that we're seeing the right level of process improvements through quality and environment. So our internal audit structures, being able to audit our environmental aspects, all that kind of stuff. Furthermore, we've got a fabrication department in Hitchin, where we're fabricating doors, predominantly automatic doors, that kind of thing, for environments such as retail environments and so on and so forth. And in Tiverton, we have a local assembly centre which is putting together our cylinders and some more of our access control product in Tiverton. And then we have a product and technical department where we're looking really at the makeup of part numbers and ERP type data, bills and materials, routes, timings, specific technical information that needs to sit on documentation as it passes through the lines, but also providing that product and technical skill and expertise and guidance to our supply chain teams and at times outside the supply chain as well around our products. One of the businesses that we've acquired recently is in Ferrum. We've acquired another one since then as well in Birmingham that have fabrication facilities as well, so growing our fabrication kind of footprint. Health and safety department, important department at the best of times, 2-man department there, looking at all of our ISO 45001 accreditation and what we need to be doing there. any and all of the other accreditations that are required from subcontractors that we require when going onto construction sites or servicing retail environments, schools. These guys are front and center there. And obviously, since the pandemic, they've had a really large role to play in our crisis management. And as a team, have been able to develop a COVID management system for all aspects of government guidance, return to work, what our floor plans look like, flow, who's going to sit where, what are the things we need to be doing with aircon, you name it, it's in that COVID management system. And these guys, again, have been crucial to that, as well as the psychological aspect of bringing people back into work, the induction processes, allaying fears about how we're dealing with staff. So been a busy period for them and vital. And the platforms that we have in place and the control tower structures that we have in place have really aided that. And we really moved to these platforms. We went with Microsoft Teams about 8 months. Before the pandemic, we moved on to Teams as part of our development of our control tower structures and our staff engagement, which you'll see through the presentation. And that has stood us in fantastic stead because, by chance, we were ahead of the curve when the pandemic hit, and as such, we were able to operate our supply chain environments really effectively as a result of that. And then we have a permutations department which looks at the mathematical permutations of access control systems like key systems. So if you have a large building and there's numerous doors and offices and that kind of stuff, which key opens all of them and which key can only open certain of them, something that has to be gotten right first time. So important department there. So like I said, 180 service vans, 150 company cars, over 100,000 cylinders produced in the LAC, for example. Our purchasing department with a spend of about 68 million pounds. Feels like 68 million euros some days. So the whole spread of responsibility is quite vast. So a lot of important areas, and as such, it was really important to get line of sight on the information, on the data, context behind the data. What was really happening, what did the data mean, and as such, it sent us down this control tower route. So we decided to develop, build, and implement a control tower type structure in the UK, and we really wanted line of sight on the KPIs, what was happening in terms of step change projects, what was happening in terms of continuous improvement projects, how were appraisals going, what were people saying, what was the development like for staff, what were the training requirements, how were we doing with staff engagement, were we really engaging our staff, did we know how we were engaging our staff, what was happening from a continuous improvement side, were people really doing it, was there momentum, was that really something that was taking hold? And we wanted line of sight on all of this data, and then to be able to get that to all management levels so that we could have conversations about what we felt we needed to do to drive the business forward. So we started with the data sources, as one would, and we have a lot of data sources that are collected across the supply chain. A lot of them are manually collected. A lot of them are out of ERP systems. But fundamentally, they were all feeding into an Excel base, so Excel documents. Through the Control Tower project, we started to create a data source environment where all of this information that was housed in so many different places was brought into one environment that we could then back up, we could get to easily, and we could then start building a Control Tower structure on top of. So it really served as the foundation. And one of the phases in this project will be now really starting to digitize some of these data and mining abilities, or automating it and that kind of stuff. So, but for the moment, within Excel, a lot of it, and forming this data source foundation. And I'll talk a little bit about why Excel was so important and why we decided to go that way. But part of the engagement that we had to undertake with staff was then to explain to people across the business that where we were doing this, why it was so important to understand where are all of their data sources, where are you tracking something, show us what you're tracking, and why is it important to you, and if we got rid of it, would it be important or not, and this is what we're trying to do, and we want to really get line of sight and blah blah blah, but in a way that was relevant to them. So we made the conversation relevant to them in a language that was relevant to them, because it was really important that if they understood what it is that we were trying to do, then they would put the necessary importance to it themselves, that they would buy into it, it'd be credible for them, which means that if we have that situation happening, the data source itself becomes a purer data source. The quality of data in there is a lot better because people are using it or filling it in or generating that data and making sure that it's right. So that was very important for us. And I think that went extremely well. So we built the data sources, and then from there we started building the control tower structure. Working with supervisors and managers, a real consultation process in terms of talking to them. What are the things that they felt was important in the department? What did they need to see to manage the department? What weren't they seeing? What were they seeing? What didn't they need? What did we want to see from a senior management perspective? What was important? And really then went and built a control tower environment to capture all of that data. So all the data from the data source would then be linking from the data source into this environment for the supervisor then to see it. And the same for the manager. So the supervisor would see what's relevant to them in their area, and then all the different supervisor areas would be feeding into the management area or the manager's area. So it was a consolidation of all the relevant environments. Supervisor is really critical in this. They're the link between the management and what happens on a day-to-day basis, that data quality and integrity, but also the processes, how the people are doing, how they're feeling, are they happy about stuff, not happy about stuff, do they think we can improve? The key is the supervisor. And we were really adamant about making sure that as a management team, managers and supervisors were engaged in this, so that if they buy into it, the supervisor will be able to get the guys on the floor or the people in the department to really follow them on this journey and to follow us on the journey. So the people would generally trust the supervisor. And even if they weren't 100% happy with something, at least they might be more prepared to give it a go and try and see, and then either be swung by that or say, actually, I still don't think this is right, and take it from there. Managers will be able to see that information. So all of those levels then feeding my view of the world, of what was happening out there, and then everything in my view then feeding the MD's view of it as well from a supply chain perspective. Up to this point, very kind of tabular, I would say, in terms of scorecard style, KPIs, commentary, context, etc., and then turning that into a visual pack more for the MD, so that they could get summations quite quickly. And that sparked off another thought process, which then really drove our next level of development and with the control tower structure, and I'll get to that. But fundamentally, that's what the structure looked like. Now, what was quite important in all of this is that it's the rhythm and rigor. So we decided very early on what we would do is we'd be holding 2 weekly reviews with the department. So the department manager and supervisor would then be in on the control tower review meeting every 2 weeks. And a number of reasons for that. One, 2 levels of management that had to work together, then being able to sit with us and have conversations about what they were seeing on the data. There was no filtering, so it wasn't going from me to a manager to a supervisor, from me straight to this management team. So any kind of messages, drive, push, questions were being pointed at the management team of that department at the same time, so no filtering. Flattening the organization, really making the supervisors feel part of the whole process and that they had a say in it, so they could bring their commentary and their context to the data and the information that was coming out. And a lot of times they lead the meeting, the supervisors lead the meeting, and myself and the managers will chip in and add in and ask questions and that kind of stuff. That inclusion of the supervisors in the control tower meetings on a 2 weekly basis, you will see further on in the presentation, has had a direct impact in terms of some of the outcomes that we've seen in terms of staff engagement, and as a result, continuous improvement and other steps in the process. Each user had a shortcut on their desktop so they could get to it quite easily. And now this gives you a bit of a snapshot of what the control tower environment looked like for supervisors and managers and myself. And here we go back to Excel. Excel specifically chosen because across the business, most people in the business would have been accustomed to or have used or exposed to Excel. So it wasn't some new bit of kit or software that we had to try and get user adoption on or explain or train or whatever else. There was an element of knowing. We still had to explain and train to a degree. We still had to bring some people up to standard that maybe didn't use it as much. So some supervisors might have been very apprehensive of it. But even for managers and supervisors, one thing that Excel helped was because we could manipulate it far more, we could structure it and build it and pull out and put in what we wanted to, and they could have a say in that, is there was a higher level of understanding of what was in there. And because there was a higher level of understanding of the data that was going in there, where the data came from, why we selected it, how we built it, how we put it together, where the link went, it meant that because they were brought into that process, when it came to providing commentary on it, they understood the importance of providing a commentary. So every KPI or set of data that you see there has got commentary against it. So we can see the absolute figure but we can understand some of the context around it. And that's incredibly important in our control tower review meetings in terms of being able to have the right discussions so that we make good decisions about what it is we need to do to take things forward. So we could see KPIs, for example, projects, how are projects moving? So again, the kinds of projects that were being worked on, again, were agreed by supervisors, managers, and ourselves together. They're not something that I've put in there and everybody has to do it. It's been agreed. So we could see what the project was, what kind of the summary status was, and again, the commentary and the context behind it. What's going on? What's holding us back? What do we need? Where's the support needed? And then another element that you would see in there, for example, is appraisals. Obviously, performances of a department as a whole is important with the commentary behind that. The performance might look lower, but there might be some really good reasons for things that are happening. And the risk factor. Now, risk factor is something that we kind of came up with ourselves. Every department has we call it a skills matrix, core functions and tasks that have to happen in the department. And the core functions that have to happen in that department are the ones where if we don't have people able to do that, the department comes to a standstill. So our risk factoring is based on those core functions and the level of depth in coverage that we have. So if we want 3 people to be able to do it, and we think we need at least 3 levels down, so that if 2 people are off, there's still 1 person to do that function, we measure that. So if 3 people can do it, then we say that the risk factor is 0. So the higher the risk factor, the less coverage is in place for these core functions. And it's important to see that. So even if the number, the factor is high, we can understand why. It might be that there's been a whole lot of new people coming to the department. You know, we might have grown the department, and now we have to grow the training and who can do it. Maybe we've had somebody who's been in there a very long time has decided to retire, and we bring somebody brand new in, and so that's got to build up over time. So it's less about what the absolute figure is, and more about what the figure's telling us and what's going on around. So that was roughly the control tower setup, and then you've got the shortcut. So in terms of the engagement, what was very important for us, we were working with a company, Unleash Enterprises, coming in and helping us, and we've been working with them a long time, over many years, in terms of continuous improvement, lean training, lean awareness training, something we've always been very keen on doing within the supply chain. And they introduced us to one of their products, the KCCD, Continuous Improvement Health Check, effectively across staff, supervisors, and management. Senior leadership teams, not that they answered the question, have got 0. I'm sure there's plenty of comments and jokes that can be passed on that within shop floors and that. However, we had focused this at the management, supervisor, and staff level from the supply chain, and we wanted to move through that in the first instance. We did it in 2018, and again we did it in 2019. And in 2018, when we did it, supervisors and managers answered the same set of questions. Each level has questions tailored to their level in terms of what they should know, or we would expect them to know. And so the supervisor and the management answers were quite similar. So they're showing the same level of knowledge. But it's really about, do we have the right level of knowledge in the business? Do we have the right level of care? So is there the right kind of culture in the business? So the questioning tailored around that. Questioning around do we have the right system? So we might know what we need to know. We might be passionate about doing it, but if we don't have the right systems to do it, we're never going to get anywhere. And then did we actually do it? And as you can see, 2018, the do column was one of concern. Mostly we felt that everybody had what they needed, but we weren't seeing that level of engagement. So we did a whole lot of things in 2019 to tackle that, which we'll talk about. And in 2019, through 2018 into 2019, and 2019 we did it again. And what you can see is that do element across managers and supervisors has gone up nicely. And that's because a lot of what we focused on, which is this tell me more stuff that we're getting, that's coming up, we focused on in between these two. And we focused it really around the managers, managers and supervisors, a lot of those actions. The next phase is really focused at staff. The difference in knowledge here is just different questioning, and also we had a lot of new supervisors being developed within the business. So first thing first was to find out, did we really know where the problem was? Was it engagement? Was it knowledge? Was it systems? Or was it kind of a cultural thing? So in between the 2018 KCCD and the 2019, one of the things that we did, obviously, was this control tower structure and using the platforms and that. But another was working with Unleash. We did a Tell Me More session, so a product that they offer, and came in and ran sessions across managers, supervisors, staff, across our different sites, looking at a number of things: culture, motivation, excellence, and seeing, what did people think about that? So giving them a stimulus and then asking them a whole lot of questions around it, and seeing what their responses were. So there's something to watch. This is a company that's got great culture. Now go away and think about how does that compare to us in our business. So would you say we have a really strong culture compared to that, or a weak culture, or could we do this better, that better? It was 100% participation. So all staff in the supply chain were involved over 2 weeks. We managed to get this done. Each session would be around about 2 hours long, totally anonymous. So when they were giving their scores, and had no way for anyone to know how they were answering. There was no managers in the staff sessions. There were no managers in the supervisor sessions. Managers had their own sessions. Supervisors weren't in the staff sessions. There was nobody looking over anybody's shoulder. So we wanted people to be as honest as they possibly could about what it is that they felt about our company. And I think that worked really well. And in 2018, you can see the scores there. I've just picked out the cultural one, for example. In 2018, the score was either positive, unsure, negative. So in terms of how people were scoring on all of these cultural questions when you consolidated all the scores. And if it was unsure or negative, we classed it as negative. So if it wasn't positive, it wasn't positive. So we scored it as such, 29%. And you can kind of see how that breakdown worked through managers, supervisors, Hitching, Tiverton, etc., etc. So then we go a year of doing the control tower system, getting the collaborative environments up and running with like teams and things like that. And the outcomes of the control tower review meetings really start having an impact as supervisors are getting more involved, as staff are getting more involved. Then we ran the Tell Me More sessions again in 2019, and now you can see the difference. So the cultural aspect, the positive responses to cultural aspects, for example, now shot up considerably to 69%. And you can see again how each one of the different areas has considerably picked up as a direct result of what we were doing with the control tower structures. So I think that's really important to see that progression from finding out in the first instance what we feel was happening or not happening. Where did we think we need to focus our attentions with KCCD? And this really did kind of tell us what we felt deep down. If we were honest with ourselves, we would say, oh, well, we've got a lot of good things in place, but we don't always see that final engagement. And we needed to know why. And the Tell Me More side of stuff really unearthed the richness of feedback in terms of why weren't we always getting to do the things that we wanted to do. The control tower structure and that regular review with supervisors and managers brought in meant that we could really drive a lot of this home. So the session's 2-hour session after the people writing down or scoring what they wanted to score would go in, and then we would have a discussion around what were the outcomes, what did people think about what they were saying, about what other people might have said. And from there, we developed an action plan, and that action plan was put into place between 2018 and 2019. And again, from 2019 onwards, we will do this every year. We have employee surveys at a group level that go across the whole group. The Tell Me More system doesn't replace that. In fact, it adds a high level of context. And then what we see is what comes out of the employee surveys from a group level. We already have a lot of context through the Tell Me More systems to be able to say, okay, well, this is what that means. So that's been really good. That next level of development then that I was talking about. So initially we started with, this control tower structure, collecting the data sources, building the Excel environments. Everybody's got access to their Excel environment. But what became quite clear is we needed something to pull it all together. We started working with Trello because we were looking at continuous improvement boards and stuff like that. And then we were given some indication about within group. We talk about continuous improvement in the presentations. It's got a thing, got a mind of its own. Group told us about Teams. And so we went into Microsoft Teams about 8 months or so, 8-9 months before our actual, before the pandemic hit. And we started developing Teams. We started at a communication level first, so really developing the environment just to be able to communicate across site while we were on the move, being able to chat, make phone calls, cascade information, capture, Tell Me More outputs and stuff like that. So we started doing that in the Teams environment, and we built a communication structure. From there, we developed a collaborative structure. So we made sure that we could take everything that came out of the KCCD elements that we found, everything that came out of the appraisals, everything that came out of our KPIs. So as the elements of, well, this isn't working there, we need to do something, something isn't working within the kind of KCCD environment. We've had these outputs from Tell Me More. This is what people think about this, and this is what people think about that. All of these things we started feeding into this collaborative environment then, and started using Microsoft Planner boards where we were capturing all of this information from these other areas and then pushing it into the collaboration boards. Our tactile, our actual physical continuous improvement environment that we had within the business shifted from the physical environment into an electronic environment, which allowed us to create absolute visibility on detail coming out of all of these different environments from the control tower. So as these elements were being discussed and dealt with, so they were being captured in our Microsoft Planner boards. And we could then work on these tasks and these actions as a team, which meant different levels in the business. Managers, supervisors, staff have all got visibility on this. The progression of that is meant we had these electronic cards that we could drive our continuous improvement, and we could see the momentum and things such as that. And really the next level of development is where previously we had a lot of our control tower structure around whether the appraisal data or project data or KPI data was sat in this Excel environment. As we learned more and more within the team system of how teams work using Microsoft Planner, that kind of collaboration and communication online didn't replace face-to-face while we could do it, didn't replace traveling to a site. It aided it. It further embedded what it is we were trying to do. Through Teams, all of a sudden, I could talk to anybody in the supply chain organization at any point in the day from anywhere in the world and say, how's it going? How was your weekend? Did everyone have a nice time? Did you enjoy the sun? Which is rare in the UK, but did you enjoy the sun nonetheless? You know, that kind of social interaction that wouldn't normally be there unless I was sitting in a control tower meeting or I was visiting a site. Teams absolutely blew that apart, and we were able to kind of use that to heighten that communication and that social interaction, which drove then another level of collaboration when we started doing the collaboration. So of course now people were far more at ease with it. Now we're starting to use it for continuous improvement environment. And that next level of development for us has really been around now, okay, so we have these control tower environments. If we go back to the view that we have of our Excel environments, a very straightforward Excel view. And I did say to you as well, when we were building the structure of the control tower, that one of the things that we wanted to do is provide a visual view for the MD in terms of what was happening. And we kind of sort of had this conversation in terms of, well, if it's good enough for the MD to have this visual output and still be able to make decisions and drop commentary and all the rest of it, then maybe we should shift ourselves away from a very tabular traditional view and go more visual, something that we can see quickly and easily what was happening. So when we were using the Teams environment, we started looking at ways that we could do that. And we found out very quickly that actually we can develop the whole control tower structure in Teams on top of what we've already done with Planner and the other elements in Teams by using Power BI. So as an app within Microsoft Teams, our supply chain admin department very quickly started scaling up and learning about Power BI. And now all of the data sources, if you go back to the beginning, those Excel data sources are all now being extracted from Excel into Power BI, and we are able to create these control tower environments in Teams with the actual visualization of the data and still having the commentary in there. And that's the process that we're in at the moment in terms of moving the different departments in there. And as you can see in that little snippet, we've already got control tower environments for all the different departments, and a lot of those departments have moved to this Power BI visibility of data. And Power BI is fantastic in terms of being able to manipulate data and visualize it and cut it and slice it. And not only now are we looking at the KPI data, it means that we can get into the data sources, those reports. We can see all of that data very easily. So linking to the data, driving a KPI or going a little bit more in depth means we can do that at speed. It means we can do it when we're having a meeting. It means managers can dig into it a lot deeper. And in terms of the engagement at the moment, the Power BI licenses, we've opened that up really for the managers and the supervisors because they are the ones that will be using it. And the system remains the same. We have our 2 weekly control tower meetings where we sit down and we review this. And we're looking at all of the elements within Microsoft Teams, within the kind of continuous improvement environment, constantly communicating through teams. And through the pandemic, we've been able to do that. A large part of the progression from Excel control towers to the Power BI structure has all been done through lockdown. All of that work has been completed, or a lot of that work has been completed and developed through lockdown. Development meetings, project meetings around data. People haven't had to be on site to do it. We've been able to do it at distance. People spread across the country from their living rooms or studies, some on site if they were continuing to work on site. That lockdown has not had an impact in us being able to drive our business forward from a supply chain perspective, which is fantastic. So the supply chain optimization for us would not have been possible, A, without this thinking around control tower methodologies, B, without using platforms that are available such as Teams. But fundamentally, none of that would have been possible had we not, and if we don't continue to engage our staff, to have the conversations with them about it, to get their buy-in, to see the relevance of what we're doing. And for me at a senior leadership position, to constantly try and keep the social aspect going, talk to people as if they are people. So that was the presentation, and I hope that you've gotten some benefit out of it. I hope it's shown you some of the things that we've learned out of it. It's by no means perfect. It is a journey. We're still in progress. But I think the really exciting thing is that using the technology like Microsoft Teams and what it has to offer, using that control tower methodology, working with organizations such as Unleash around staff engagement, and actually engaging with staff, talking to them at all levels as people, getting to know them, showing them where we're going, transparency on what we're trying to achieve, getting their input. It's easy to say to people, give me feedback, but you've got to be prepared for it. You've got to be prepared to take that feedback. You've got to be prepared to lead by example. So true optimization, regardless of how you're going about it, regardless of what you're putting into place, starts with the people. And I'm sure we've all heard it a million times before in conferences and seminars and textbooks, but it's true. It's absolutely true. You've got to bring your people along with you, and if you do, the result of the outputs of what you do will be that much richer and far more effective. So that was a bit about supply chain optimization using control tower methodology and collaboration platforms, all on the basis of staff engagement. I hope you found that enjoyable, and I'm sure there's some time for a Q&A. There's a group as well for the conference that you can join for questions, I think, as well. And other than that, look me up on LinkedIn if you want, Angelo Del Porto, and feel free to ask me any questions. I'm happy to share some of our experiences that we've seen. Thanks a lot for your time.
Hello everybody, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on which part of the world you're in. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present at the European Digital Week 2020. My topic for today is predictive maintenance on transportation assets. So I will be talking to you about how we use technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and Internet of Things on your fleet of assets in order to optimize cost and also your supply chain. My name is Rahul Madhavan and I'm part of Hitachi's Social Innovation Group. I am the Director for Fleet Strategy and New Business Incubation. Now that's a fairly long title, but what that means in essence is I'm responsible for driving digital revenue within Hitachi, primarily focusing on transportation. So this particular topic is what I do on a daily basis as part of my job. So for today's presentation, I have three main agenda topics to cover. One is I'd like to talk about the market overview for transportation and mobility. So give you an sense of how the market has been moving the last 5 years. Two, I'd like to talk about Hitachi's approach to smart transportation and smart fleet. Three, I'd like to give you some real experiences and a quick demo and some sort of learning from what we've had since our execution has started. Right. So this presentation all in all is about 20 minutes. So it's fairly short, but there's a huge amount of learning potential. And I look forward to hearing from you post this session. or through LinkedIn or email, please feel free to reach out to me and share your experiences, or if you want to know more, I'm more than happy to share. So let's start going over to the first topic, market opportunity for transportation. Now, transportation, like any other business, is being disrupted by digitization, right? So it's not new. And some of the key disruption areas are mobility as a service, for example. So mobility being delivered as a service. Now, in view of that, there is a host of technology solutions that's already out there in the market. For example, there are traditional fleet management solutions, transport management solutions, warehousing solutions. Now, all of these solutions are extremely good at what they do, but they're extremely reactive and also very job focused, which kind of gives us the opportunity to leverage on them, leverage on the existing infrastructure that transport companies have today, and build solutions that are more proactive, predictive, and prognostic. The second is maintenance as a cost for a business, for a transport business, is about 10 to 20% of their overall fleet cost. Given that they operate at a margin of less than 4%, this becomes extremely critical, right? And given the time of the pandemic and the way things are coming back to normal now, I think cost optimization is the new mantra. And this 20%, if you can save costs over here, because this is purely cost, right? So if you can save this, I think every business will bite on it. And that's primarily what we're doing. The next aspect is, if you look at how OEMs are looking at this market, so around 40 million trucks are expected to be connected by 2022. So what that means is every decision around a truck or a vehicle is going to be data driven. And vehicles or trucks are going to be speaking to you. So that's kind of how the industry is moving towards. And the last part is, with this whole evolution of digital innovation that's happening, transport companies today are ready to take on this challenge. They've been more than willing to pick on some of these areas. So in our experience itself as a business, we've seen a significant upclimb in digital revenues coming this year. I mean, this year was expected to be a slow year, but it hasn't been that way. And that's primarily because every company is looking at what they can do in order to optimize costs. So the last part that I'd like to talk about around the insights is around new business models. So Uber for Trucks, for example, is expected to generate about 26 billion in revenues by 2025. And this is North America alone. So you can imagine the revenue potential that's out there. And all organizations like us are in the race to get onto this revenue bus. Next, if you look at the kind of spending that's been happening between 2015 and 2020, so between 2015 and 2020, there's been an increase of 2.5 trillion in terms of spend on transportation. So, and if you look at where the spend has been, so 7.17 trillion was the spend in 2015 and 9.43 trillion is the spend in 2020, right? So all the spend has not been in trade facilitation or warehousing solutions, but has been on the transportation asset itself, right? So there's been an increase in 10% on the savings, on the spendings on the transportation asset, and an increase in 5% on the spending on value-added services. So primarily both these areas are driving towards digitization, right? So OEMs, transport management companies, fleet management companies, all of them are kind of spending in terms of optimizing this value chain. So now coming to this main topic of today. So how does predictive maintenance help you optimize your supply chain? And what are we talking about when we say predictive maintenance, right? So I'd like to give you some examples or some solutions that we've been developing in under this predictive maintenance umbrella. One of it is unplanned downtime, right? So for example, I'd like to talk about two use cases over here, right? So if you take a truck, for example, and if a truck breaks down in the city, the cost of maintenance is about 300 euros. But if that same truck breaks down on the highway, the cost of maintenance is 6 times that much. And if it breaks down outside the country, the cost of maintenance is 10 times that much. So what we want to do is we want to predict maintenance in order to be able to stop any breakdowns on the highway or outside the city. And if there is a need for maintenance, it is planned and it is managed. So you avoid any sort of unplanned downtime. The unplanned downtime can also have a second use case, right? So for example, you have a driver and he realizes that his truck is not working today. That means he cannot execute his job, right? That disrupts your entire supply chain, right? That breaks your entire supply chain. So if you know it a day ahead or 2 days ahead, you can plan a replacement vehicle, make sure his job is not affected, and meantime you send your vehicle for maintenance. So these are two use cases by this one word alone, right? Similarly, if you look at the other use cases like optimized maintenance scheduling, again, going back to what I spoke about around unplanned downtime. So if you can plan, as of today, all these transport management companies have a planned schedule in their maintenance. Every 3 months, the vehicle is maintained. Every 6 months, the vehicle is maintained, right? But if you can move from that 3 months and 6 months to a need-based maintenance, wherein you maintain your vehicle once a year when the vehicle asks you for the maintenance, imagine the amount of cost saving you can have. One, to imagine the amount of time you can save for the driver and amount of time the vehicle is on the road. The third is around failure prediction and remote diagnostics. Now, failure prediction is wherein you predict the failure prior to occurrence. Again, like I spoke about in the last two use cases. Remote diagnostics is wherein you already know what the problem is when the truck is entering the garage. So it saves time in diagnosis. It saves time in maintaining your vehicle or repairing your vehicle, sorry. The next is repair recommendation. Again, now we spoke about how we identify the problem, and the problem is already known before the truck or the vehicle actually enters the garage. Repair recommendation is wherein we blend the knowledge of the service engineers. So we've actually interviewed around 20 experienced service engineers, blended their knowledge into the system, where the system actually recommends the repair. So it tells you at 20%, this could be the fix, at 40%, this could be the fix, at 60%, this could be the fix. Now, if the service engineer picks any of that, that goes back into the system as a learning, as a success. And if none of that works, that goes back into the system again. The new fix that was identified goes back into the system as a learning, right? So it's a self-learning model, and every time, every prediction is going to improve its recommendation. The next area that I'd like to talk about is remaining useful life, wherein we look at a particular part. For example, let me take tires or batteries. Let me take tires, for example, right? So typically what happens is people change their tires too early or too late, right? So, and in most cases, when the gum of the tire is at 3 millimeters is when people change. So what we are able to predict using our solution is we are able to predict the wear of the tire at an efficiency of 1 millimeter or at an accuracy of 1 millimeter. So what that means is you change your tire when you really need to, and you save on that 2 millimeters, and each millimeter accounts to about 15 euro in cost per tire. So if you're looking at 2 millimeters, that's 30 euro, right? And if you're looking at 6 tires in a truck, that is 30 into 6, that's 180 euros, right, per truck that you're saving. Imagine if you have a fleet of 1,000 trucks, how much you can save. It's easily over 1 million across 10,000 vehicles, for example. The last part is how we optimize the supply chain of the parts, right? So one of the challenges that most fleet operators have is they send a truck for maintenance and they realize that the part is not there. So what we're doing there is, once we predict the part, once you already know that there's a particular part about to fail, so the maintenance or the repair shop network orders a part in advance. So as soon as your vehicle goes to maintenance, you already have your part ready for replacement. So that is another great use case, right? Finally, I'd like to put this in a context of a simple logistical journey. If you look at a journey between buying a product to delivering at a home, so the product goes through various different mobility journeys, right? So for example, it's picked up from the store to a depot, from the depot to a mode of transport where it's shipped off, either by rail, ship, or air, into another port where it's picked up from, into another depot where it's picked up from, and then delivered to your home, right? So if you look at it, you can use any of these solutions above. 1, during the journey between the store and the depot. 2, between the depot and the mode of transport which you ship it across. Predictive maintenance on trains, on ships, that's again something that we do. All these solutions are relevant for road fleet, rail fleet, and shipping fleet. We have not yet had any experience with the air, so I'd keep that outside. Again, on the journey between the port to the depot and all the way to the home. So you see these solutions in your supply chain can be used in multiple form factors. Now going over to the next part on one, now you know what the solution is all about. Now how do we make this happen, right? What do we need to do to make this happen? One, on the customer identification and customer infrastructure side, right? You need to know what technology is needed. What is the technology that is needed to make this happen for the customer? Starting from cloud to whether it's on-premise or on the cloud, whether it is a vehicle, whether it is telematics, whether it is, if it's an EV, you're looking at charging and grid infrastructure, any optimizations. So one is on the technology. Second is on the people side. How do you bring in change to the roles and responsibilities? Now the service engineer who was earlier maintaining the vehicle in one particular fashion now needs to completely transform his maintenance approach. He needs to look at maintaining the vehicle completely differently, right? Then changes to the way the fleet is operated in terms of scheduling, in terms of management. Then in terms of the processes, right? Be it scheduling, be it journey, be it route management, be it asset maintenance, be it legal compliance. What are the different steps that needs to be looked at? Now we take all this data and then we build a total cost of ownership and an ROI model, which tells the customer exactly how much capital expense and operational expense he will be saving and how much he will be spending, right? And this, powered by data analytics and strategic insights and very strong project management, is what we need to enable the solution. So now that said, let me get into the technical details of this topic. So what does the solution look like and what is the data that's going to power the solution, right? So our technology approach for predictive maintenance. Now I spoke about all these different maintenance optimization solutions under the predictive maintenance umbrella, right? To enable this to happen, one, we need the asset information that comes from telematics or onboard diagnostics, which is then combined with accident management and breakdown management systems at the customer's area, and then the ERP and the CRM system that the customer has. Second is we connect to the maintenance or the repair shop network, wherein we pull the maintenance log, the complaint history, repair history, and the fault codes. Now we combine both of this using machine learning in order to achieve these outcomes that you see on the top. And the second is we use natural language processing, wherein we blend expert service engineer advice to enable this change. Now all this is great, but what are the different steps that we take? One is we prepare the data, we engineer the relevant features, we build the models, and we deploy them onto the customer. And the deployment methodology is again taking various steps. I'll get into the details of this in the next slide on how we build the machine learning model. So this can get a little technical, but yeah. What we do is once we capture the data from all these different data sources, we have the data extraction complete. Then we select the relevant features that that affect each other, and we learn the relationship between them. We kind of do multiple iterations of that. We use neural networks as part of our machine learning approach. We have multiple iterations of feature selection. So here you're looking at two data sources. One is on the asset itself. Two is you're looking at data that's coming from the repair history, fault codes, the metadata basically. And then you're learning the relationship. We apply our functions to on these models. To one, do the fleet status and health. Two is to do the failure predictions. Three is to do the predictive maintenance, repair recommendation, and optimized maintenance scheduling. So again, the output will be those different solutions that I spoke of. Now going into the next part, which is the demo. This is kind of how our solution looks. So what you see on the screen there is all the vehicles that are across the map. All the dots there represent the health of the asset. You can also see the overall fleet health, which is right now at 60%. So if you scroll across any of these assets, which says it's good, average, or critical, you can see the vehicle ID and the health. Scroll down, it shows you all the list of the vehicles with their health parameters, with their mileage, how many alerts have been there, whether they're minor, major, predictive alerts, and whether it needs service immediately or it can wait for the service. So the first asset, if we take the first asset, for example, which says 21%, the heartbeat over there actually tells you when the failures have occurred, when it has had unplanned maintenance at different stages. So if you click on that, it takes you to the asset page wherein we create an asset avatar. So you can see the sensor data varying every 30 seconds. So for this particular model, we ingest data every 30 seconds. That can vary based on the need. You can identify the real-time location of the asset. Now it says 21% with 3 minor alerts, 3 major alerts, and 5 predictive alerts. So if you go down, you can actually see how the sensor data is varying on a time scale. So you can see, for example, the temperature sensor data, which is varying. You can also choose air pressure, for example, and see how the air pressure is varying. So you can see different temperature variations. And it says there are 2 predictive alerts there. One which says the air pressure sensor readings is low, which is based on the sensor reading from the air pressure monitor. And second, it says the probability of engine failure is high within the next 3 days, which is basically based on combined sensors. So if you click on details, you exactly know at what point the vehicle has failed. Again, if you go to the next model, you can actually click on the details there, yeah, and you can actually see at what point it's failed, and it says predictive failure in the next 3 days. So 3 days prior, if you actually send it to maintenance, you avoid a breakdown. And this is not based on one occurrence, but it's based on multiple occurrences of signals that come. So that is kind of what we've done. We've also implemented another feature called call to service, where it identifies the real-time location of the truck. It chooses the nearest service stations, and you can actually already schedule an appointment using the tool. So this was one of the solutions that we built for one of our customers. So this is kind of what we presented, what I'd like to present in terms of a demo. The second part that I'd like to talk to you about is, now again, I spoke about the solution. Everything's not all is gung-ho when you implement such a solution, because you're looking at deriving something extremely complex. And what are the different challenges that we faced is what I'd like to talk about. One is the challenge of disconnected environments, wherein all the machines were not connected. So we had to go through a process sometimes of connecting every machine. So bringing in telematics, bringing in external solutions into the mix. Second is data sits in silos. Again, I spoke about connecting data from multiple sources. So that was one of the challenges, because in organizations, sometimes data sits in silos. And the first step that we need to take is identify where the data is and bring them all into a common data lake or a common platform. The next is, it's always difficult to calculate ROI when you're predicting the future, right? So you're predicting a failure of the future. It's very difficult for you to calculate if you can be successful or not. So what we do here is we usually do a proof of value, a quick proof of value, wherein we prove the solution. And finally, it's the business transformational challenge, wherein people don't like change. So it's easy to buy new technology, but it's extremely difficult to get it through the system. So what we did there is we brought all the stakeholders of the business into the mix. And lastly, I'd like to leave you with some of the key outcomes that we've been able to achieve. As you see over here, it's all been between 20 and 30% and 15 and 20% that we've been able to save for our customers. I won't read through each of this. You can see it on the screen. And finally, I'd like to leave you with my contact details. So please feel free to reach out to me. This is the end of my presentation. I thank you all for your time. The only difference is I don't have a beard anymore, but it's definitely still me. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to World Digital Weeks 2021. It's a great pleasure being here today. My name is Marcel Vollmer and I'm a partner at Boston Consulting Group. I want to talk about how will the future supply chain and procurement look like in times of artificial intelligence and blockchain. I really wish we could have a physical conference, seeing us, connecting, and having meetings. But unfortunately, this is not possible today. In the future, hopefully, the technology on the one side will get better. On the other side, I also hope that the pandemic will be over, that we can go back to a personal connect. Holograms might be an alternative and a future technology, which is one example, how disruptive technologies might impact us in the future. Before I will come to the agenda, probably a couple of words about who I am. So I'm a partner at BCG since August 1st, 2020. Before that, I was a Chief Innovation Officer at Celonis, a market leader for process analytics, process mining. And before that, I was 14 years at SAP. One of my roles was the role I got into SAP, setting up shared services and transforming back office functions, evolving to a kind of strategic in-house consulting organization, also focusing on integrations. I was the integration lead for business objects and Sybase, and moved on as Chief Procurement Officer back in 2011. So I'm now 10 years in procurement, and I had the pleasure really transforming procurement, the processes, the organizational setup, and then being part of the acquisitions as well as the implementations of Ariba, Fieldglass, and Concur, the market leader for source to pay SAP has acquired back at this time. I moved on after 4 years transforming procurement and implementing the solutions to the United States. It was a great pleasure living there. I lived in Atlanta, Georgia, and one thing, as you can hear from my accent, I'm a German. I couldn't get rid of my accent there. Sorry for that, but I hope it's okay. And was really an amazing time in the United States. My role was integrating Ariba and Fieldglass, focusing on intelligent spend management as Chief Operating Officer. And I was also connecting a lot to customers, becoming the Chief Digital Officer in the Cloud Business Group for intelligent spend management, as well as business networks. So by saying that, so it's a great pleasure being here today and share a little bit some insights about the trends, the technologies with the deep dives, as well as how to make the transformation happen to really unleash the full value potential what you have for your digital supply chain. By saying that, let's start. What are the current trends impacting all of us? And I think I want to highlight 4 mega trends, what you see here on the left side. It is economic trends. It is the different speeds in the world, looking United States, Europe on the one side, inside Asia, Africa, fast developing countries on the other side. On the other element, there is the urbanization, the mega cities with new demand patterns, with a different requirements on logistics, on how to manage supply chains in the future. There's also a trend when you look at sustainability. I think climate change is something we all are aware about. There are also challenges in the infrastructure. Mega cities need a different infrastructures, but also the number of people needs to get transportation. There are huge investments all over in the world in all aspects of infrastructures right now. Technology trends are changing our life. We have seen how impactful it can be, coming up with a small device, and you all know what this is, the smartphones, what Steve Jobs developed when he was CEO at Apple back in 2007. Time is really moving fast, and isn't it amazing how this has changed our life, how this has changed e-commerce, but also how we see that artificial intelligence is now becoming basically part of our life by using different apps on our smartphones. The final trend is the meta trends, and this includes demographic shifts as well as the uncertainty. I wish really I could say COVID-19, yeah, it was a catastrophic event. The first pandemic, I think we all have seen in our life on the world, but basically it is still not over, and that's one of the reasons why we continue to connect in a virtual way. Hopefully the vaccination will help, that it will be over very soon, and we all have seen how impactful it is talking about a disruption for our supply chains. Let me define supply chain in a very simple way. I'm not here to educate you, and you know this probably as good as I do. Supply chain can be described in 4 simple words. It is plan, it is source, it is make, and it is delivered. It is much more complex when you look into the different aspects. Research development on the planning side, procurement, the source to pay complexity, what you have with different requirements, sustainability needs, the manufacturing process, the connected devices helping you, robots probably also driving parts of your manufacturing. And finally, also the transportation and logistics. This is basically on the supply chain side, what we see right now, and there are currently 3 action items I would like to highlight. It is, no surprise, a de-risk of a supply-based risk management. It is also a continuous reduction of spend from suppliers. And it is a different way in fostering the collaboration with suppliers. When we look really in the old world, how the supply chains were globalized, how basically everything was connected. You see it here on the left side, and the volume is really big. It is 80 trillion global trade, full year figures 2019, what we have in the world. Just to give you a perspective, the global GDP is around 85, 87 trillion globally. 18 trillion is what out of that is global trade. We see now a change that basically there are more regional centers in the supply chains. We see also a different way in how suppliers are collaborating, driving on the one side risk management, on the other side focusing on innovations. It might be big innovations like a smartphone, the Gorilla Glass, Tim Cook invented together with Corning when he was the chief supply chain officer overseeing procurement. It might be smaller ones, what you see here, improving packaging material, having less material, more sustainability to a lower price. Something also what you can do driving and connecting with suppliers. And it is now of utmost importance having alternative sources. I'm a German, as you can hear from my strong accent. I'm here in the middle in Europe, in Frankfurt right now. Basically, I would not have ever envisioned that borders are getting closed due to the pandemic. What does it do to the supply chains? This is just within Europe, a fairly small region when you look on the global map. But the same is applicable in all parts of the world. Therefore, alternatives need to be available. Supply chain as well as procurement have a challenge today. They need on the one side to deal with uncertainty, with complexity. But on the other side, they need also to move up the value ladder to become a digitally empowered business partner. A lot of functions are at different stages. When you look at the lower left, it is the transactional support the function started with, but then it became more a service function. Functional excellence was a focus topic. Then cost-functional improvements up to a competitive advantage and value driver. And the future is the digitally empowered business partner, what we see to really go to the next level. What does it mean? It means you need to be able to use the different disruptive technologies, what we all have seen in the world, to the right extent and integrate it in your process. And with that, we will see in the future that companies will become bionic. What does it mean? Bionic basically means that you combine technology on the one side with the humans on the other side. And why do you do that? Because you achieve a higher outcome with that when you combine technology and humans. And this is in supply chain, improving your performance and also enabling you, generating business value. And of course, what is key for all of us in supply chain management, fast delivery, what is needed. Looking now a little bit into what are the technologies we are talking about. And let me cluster it in 3 different segments. The one is already established technologies. We know it, APIs, mobile devices, cloud computing, IoT, big data, analytics. This is already well established. It is still evolving, but basically it is the foundation, if you want to say. The next frontier is blockchain technology, robotics, 3D printing. It is autonomous vehicles. It is machine learning, artificial intelligence as a broader term. Machine learning is a subset of that. And in the future, augmented reality, virtual reality. nanotechnology, smart implants, and probably also at a certain point in time, connected neocortex, basically connecting human capabilities of your brain with computing power on the other side. It is a little bit more in the future. Let's go back and look what is available today, and artificial intelligence is a great example. What you see here is the evolution from the business intelligence, the descriptive data, descriptive statistics, what we had on the lower left, to traditional analytics with correlation, regression analytics, clustering. And we see also then now that machine learning is capable to deal with unstructured information, with data like image processing, speech, text processing, but also video recognition. There are lots of applications doing this right now and really providing insights. Let's have a look, what does it do in our daily life? And I'm a big fan of using technology. I was a chief digital officer, chief innovation officer, so I have a little bit something for technology, I have to admit. And Google Maps is a great example, including Waze, which I use for driving from A to B, having real-time traffic information, helping me to redirect me at any point in time as soon as the information becomes available. Calling an Uber or Lyft at any point in time when I need it by just clicking one button and say, hey, pick me up, this is the destination I need to go, and hopefully I get there in time safely. Siri is helping to dictate, to transcribe my voice, even with my strong accent, into English or German, whatever the language is I'm using. It is also using Amazon Alexa at my smart home, where I switch on lights and switch it off. It is a Google Assistant. It was so impressive when I have seen at Google I/O that a machine, a computer, is calling a hairdresser to ask for an appointment. So probably some of you might have seen that. These are the capabilities which exist, and great examples also what artificial intelligence can do today. Let's have a look in the next level now for e-commerce and the shippers as part of supply chains. And the future supply chain might be anticipatory, meaning that basically you can include volume forecast, predictive capacity utilization into your supply chain planning process. DHL is doing that for the utilization of all deliveries they do. Transmetrics, another example. On the anticipatory shipping, great examples are Amazon or Tesco, basically also looking into the predictions of buying behavior. What does it mean for the quantity of shipments you have to expect as well as you have to deliver later on? And then using the capabilities for predicting supply chain risks, which are definitely key. We have seen the Suez Channel, when the Suez Canal was blocked by one ship. Basically, 12% of the global trade had to stop. Hundreds of ships were no longer possible to go from Asia to Europe or to the United States by not going around Africa to go for an alternative route. That's something also to include where technology can help. Overall, when we look really on the supply chain and the evolution, and let's have a look here on traditional supply chains, we all know them. There's a retail store, there's a warehouse, there's a warehouser of the production company, there's a factory where the goods got manufactured, as well as the raw materials, what you finally needed to make the product. There was always an information lag in between. How many quantities do we might sell? What is it really what we have to produce? You still need to do a certain planning, but you can now use real-time information. You can focus your supply chain more on a demand-driven supply chain setup, allowing you to process the real-time information to produce ideally exactly what the demand is from the customer side. This is a big transformation. Artificial intelligence is also helping in a different way. I mentioned very briefly autonomous vehicles, self-driving cars. This might change the way how we will see supply chain and also the last mile delivery. I'm not sure if really drones will fly around every day and will deliver everything what we need in more or less real time. But basically, I think augmenting the current capabilities what we have with the autonomous vehicle capabilities of the future might definitely help also to become more efficient in the supply chain management. Let's wrap up by looking into the use cases, what is possible to do from dynamic pricing, predictive maintenance, predictive analytics, using also for vessel or truck route optimization, the available information, processing it in real time, like the Google Maps or Waze example. Dynamic lashing, robotics, what can be used, and of course, the prediction and prevention of customer churn, as well as the booking, what we get. So basically, this is in a nutshell, what are the current use cases, and I hope it was insightful sharing a little bit more insights about the current capabilities. Let's talk about the next topic, blockchain. Blockchain has evolved, and most people know it for Bitcoin. When Satoshi Nakamoto publishes a white paper describing the digital currency, the Bitcoin, this was basically the term blockchain, that it became more popular and people were using it. In the meantime, a lot happened. And I like more speaking about digital distributed ledger technology, sorry for that, DLT. This is probably the better term to use and ensure that we focus more on the technology side. And the distributed is basically the starting point for the 4 core elements what you have in a blockchain or the distributed ledger technology. It is the P2P network, a shared ledger where you have distributed peer-to-peer network nodes to ensure that you have on the one side resilience and full transparency of all the information available. You have digital signatures and the hash function to ensure that the information are not manipulated. Then you have consensus and algorithms, what you are using to ensure the validity of the transactions, which you confirm by the consensus. And finally, also you have smart contracts, basically smart contracts, and this might be the most powerful for us in supply chain management as well as in procurement. They can automate the execution of certain algorithms depending on the available information. If something is ordered, it might get automatically delivered. And if the goods received is in the system, the payment can be triggered in a highly automated way. And the beauty of the full functionality of the distributed ledger technology provides you end-to-end visibility into your supply chain, connected with the documents, all the information flows from the raw material, the extraction of the material, sustainability aspects, human labor aspects, that you don't have child labor or forced labor in your supply chain as a starting point, going from every single step in the production and transportation to finally the end product which gets delivered. You have for the goods and services the transparency, and you have the full transparency about also the financial transactional information in this process to allow you really to have the visibility, to govern it, and to have all the capabilities available in your supply chain process. There are great examples where we see really successful approaches in using distributed ledger technology. Maersk and IBM are one example for shipping. CargoX is promoting blockchain-based payment systems to transfer money according to smart contracts in a highly automated way. Steel OEM use blockchain to monitor inventories as another example. So the use cases are really becoming more prominent and they are much more thinkable. And this is what you see here on the left side. You can increase efficiency for data and document management. You can also manage complex regulatory requirement, compliance. You can also use it for fraud detection or equipment optimization. And use it also for the letter of credit process because you can have all the information available. This is only just a number of use cases with the description and the details behind what blockchain is now at an emerging technology at the beginning right now. This was a lot about technology, talking about artificial intelligence, talking about blockchain or distributed ledger technology. Let's wrap up this presentation with the digital transformation, how to really unleash the value potential for a digital supply chain and an integrated procurement function by that. I think very important is focusing on the vision, looking into really the jump forward, what's coming next. 2025 might be realistic to think about, and then looking back and thinking about what is the value potential to realize, and also what are potential quick fixes to do it. And how could such a transformation roadmap look like? And basically it is 5 simple steps. Let's start with the vision, to articulate what is really the overarching ambition, what you have, what do you want to achieve, and also use it to bring the people behind. Then the next step is defining a roadmap, starting with a digital proof of concept, a POC, and of course then a physical POC to drive really and realize the transformation of your supply chain. And if it's proven, if it really works, and you have incorporated all the learnings, the next stage comes the rollout. This provides you really with all the capabilities in driving the transformational steps, and the vision could be becoming and using a bionic supply chain, combining technology capabilities with the humans you have, the smart people in your process to really manage and oversee everything. A lot will be automated, including also internal, external information, providing real-time visibility, full transparency. It also might help you in the supply chain management process to get rapid decision-making support powered by machine learning, using it for scenario modeling, using it also to evaluate alternative scenarios, what you have. Think about a pandemic or a disruption in your supply chain. How can you probably analyze this and assess what the impact is and how it might change? An anticipated supply chain disruption might help you a lot by thinking about who are the right suppliers, what are alternatives, what is my risk mitigation strategy, and think about also then combining it in the right setup. I think, and let me conclude by saying that the future is yours or ours to define right now, and digital disruptive technologies can help to elevate the supply chain and procurement function to the next level into the future. I hope it was insightful. Thank you very much. As mentioned, I would love really to connect with you and hope we will have a chance next time to come together at a conference and see us. In the meantime, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, Marcel Vollmer, or also on Twitter at mvollmer1. That's my Twitter handle. With that, I wish you a great rest of the conference. I hope you enjoyed the session, and all the best. Thank you very much.
Здравейте отново, пак съм аз, Ирина Атанасова. Надявам се да са ви харесали лекциите до тук. Сега ще направим с вас една ободряваща гимнастика между тези лекции, за да може да сте максимално свежи за новите интересни неща, които ще чуете по-нататък. Хайде да започваме. Днес съм ви приготвила столче, на което да покажа как може да се раздвижите дори пред компютъра. Ами да започваме с главата, пак да раздвижим с кръгови движения надолу. Вдишваме и издишваме равномерно. Бавно движим главата в кръг. Не отпускайте назад. Хайде обратно. Чудесно. Слагаме сега ръцете на стола, между краката, опъваме хубаво назад, за да отворим лопатките и прибираме главата. Дайте таза напред, задържаме. Добре, чудесно. Дишваме, нагоре извиваме. Издишаме. Опитайте се да хванете облегалката отзад. Бутаме корема надолу. Глава нагоре и опъваме. Добре, отпускаме. Дишваме, издишваме. Пак хващаме отпред. Дишваме. Издишаме. Седем, 8. Хайде нагоре. Дишваме. Издишаме. Хващаме за облегалката. Опъваме. Бутаме корем надолу. Чудесно. Отпускаме. Сега с лявата ръка хващаме облегалката, опитваме се да хванем и с дясната. С лявата да избутваме и усукваме назад. Поглед максимално назад задържаме. Бавно отпускаме. Хайде обратно. Избутваме. Добре, чудесно. Отпускаме, раздвижваме горната част. Кръгови движения, раздвижваме. Още веднъж. Отворете краката в страни, максимален разкрач, слагаме лява ръка долу, ако искате можете да стъпнете с стъпало долу, ако е достатъчно нисък стола, и ако не на пръсти. Вдигаме дясна ръка, вдишваме, издишаме, навеждаме. Вдишаме, издишаме. Вдишваме, издишаме. Вдишваме, издишаме. Още два пъти. Издишаме. Вдишваме. Хайде сега въртим отдолу. Издишаме. Протягаме ръка. И слагаме дясна върху десен крак. Свиваме лява. Правим същото. Вдишваме. Издишаме. Вдишваме. Издишаме. Вдишваме. Издишаме. Вдишваме. Издишаме. Още две. Издишаме. Вдишваме. Издишаме. Отдолу минаваме. Протягаме. Добре, пускаме ръцете. Вдишваме горе, опъваме дясна лява и отваряме в страни. Започваме да накланяме дясно, ляво, дясно, ляво. Това упражнение е изключително лесно се изпълнява на стол. Ляво, дясно, ляво, дясно, ляво, дясно, ляво. Добре, чудесно. Сега събираме краката, слагаме дланите на двата края на стола, отиваме напред, стъпваме здраво с стъпалата долу на пода, бутаме седалището напред, да излезне той извън стола и долу. Натискаме, изправяме горе, прибираме, опъваме ръцете, прибираме глава. Добре, хайде пак. Напред, долу натискаме, да опънем ръчичките, горе, назад прибираме. Опъваме кръчета, стягаме колено. Хайде пак. Напред, долу, горе. Опъваме кръчета. И пак. Напред. Долу разтягаме. Горе. Опъваме. Сядаме. Отпускаме. Хайде пак да раздвижим краката. Сядаме добре назад. Дишваме. Издишаме, отваряме краката. Дишваме. Издишаме, отваряме краката. Дишваме. Издишаме, отваряме крака. Дишваме. Издишаме. Дишваме. Издишаме. Дишваме. Издишаме. Дишаме. И издишаме. Събираме краката и се изправяме. Добре, заставаме от едната страна на стола, качваме ляво коляно в случая и пускаме назад, максимално назад, опънат десен крак. Сега, леко навеждаме напред, дишваме, горе, назад. Сега, максимално стегнете седалището и извийте назад, за да можем да раздвижим не само кръста, а за да опънем и предно бедро на крака. Добре. Напред навеждаме. Назад. Напред. Назад. Напред. Назад. Добре. Напред. Назад. Задържаме. 4, 3, 2, 1. Добре. Връщаме крака. Изправяме. Сега стъпваме на десен крак. Изпъваме ляв на стола и започваме да навеждаме. Ръцете на хълбиците, навеждаме към ляв крак, вдигаме пръчетата нагоре в контрашпица. Дишваме нагоре, издишаме. Дишваме нагоре, издишаме. Дишваме и издишаме. Дишваме и издишаме. Хайде още два пъти. Вдишваме, издишаме. Дишваме и издишаме настрани. Сега обърнете към крака, по посока на крака и с гърдите надолу навеждаме до където можем. Вдишваме, издишаме. Дишай, издишай. Ако не можете да опънете крака, малко леко свит в коляното. Издишаме. Вдишваме, издишаме. Дишай, издишай, дишай, издишай. Добре. Сменяме. Аз минавам от другата страна. Слагаме десен крак. Опъваме ляв. Изправяме гърба. Стъпнали сме на пръсти и започваме да навеждаме. Долу вдишваме. Изправяме. Долу издишаме. Вдишваме, изправяме. Издишаме. Вдишваме при изправяне. Издишаме. Вдишваме. Издишаме. Хайде, горе задържаме. 4, 3, 2, 1. Добре. Прибираме крака. Слагаме десен горе. Изправяме. Обръщате се към мен. Слагаме двете ръце на хълбиците. Пръстите на кръка сочат нагоре. Дишваме и издишаме, навеждаме. Дишай, издишай. Дишай, издишай. Дишваме, издишаме. Дишай, издишай. Дишай, издишай. Хайде още два пъти. Дишваме, издишаме. Дишваме, издишаме. Горе. Обръщаме се по посока на изпънатия крак горе. Дишваме и издишаме надолу. Дишваме и издишаме надолу. Дишваме и издишаме надолу. Хайде задържаме повече надолу. Дишваме, издишаме. Дишваме и задържаме. 4, 3, 2, 1. Добре. Прибираме крачетата и отново сядаме на стола. Можете да раздвижите коленцата. И може да стигнем и до стъпалата. В шпиц, в контра. Шпиц, контра. Шпиц, контра. Добре? Леко въртеливи движения. Горе и отдолу. Отгоре и отдолу. Хайде още веднъж. Отгоре и отдолу. Добре? Отново разтоварваме ръцете. Вдишваме, отваряме краката, издишаме силно долу. Вдишваме, протягаме, издишаме силно долу. Вдишай, издишай. Вдишай последно, издишваме. Вдишваме, протягаме хубаво. И издишаме. Това беше от мен за днес. Надявам се да сте се ободрили добре преди следващите интересни лекции. Пожелавам ви прекрасен ден от мен. Аз съм Ирина Атанасова. Ако искате да виждате още от моите видеа и цели тренировки, можете да се абонирате за YouTube канала ми Ирина Атанасова или да видите повече на сайта ми withirinaatanassova.com. Чао!